Hello. Good morning, good people. Hello. I don't really know how to start this out. I just wanted to do it because I'm lonely. And um and also, I was thinking, I don't know, I'm not very planned. So I was thinking about completely fasting from YouTube for Lent. Obviously, I'm not doing that and not doing a very good job of it. Part of it is that I don't know what I put in the description. It's something like I said, like "Let's Roll" or "Eternal Sadness" for emo people, and part of it, I was talking to what's up, Dolly, Emily, hello, Ron, Neil, McMo, virtually not alone, I guess. So I suppose that's always why it's always why I was on any of the social media I've ever done. It's always been for human connection, relating to people, whether it was Twitter back in the day, or this. And I was listening to Vanderclay's talk with Greg, the military chaplain, which is behind a paywall today. And I was just thinking about how it's just really great, such a great story. It's a really great randos conversation. And I was just thinking about how, we say it a lot, but at the end of the day, those conversations are, I don't know, preferential to me than Paul talking to an academic or something. And like, this is nothing against, I don't know, like, for example, and I'm just bringing this up as an illustration. This isn't like to throw shade at people or anything, when I brought up Gavin or Jordan B. Cooper the other day. But I've said that a lot. I don't want to talk to those guys or Aaron Wren or anybody, like almost anybody who has status or like people, I don't know, like people care what they have to say. I want to hear people talk about their life. I want to hear people's stories. I want to hear them, their vulnerabilities. I want to hear their testimony. I want to hear their witness, their life, their martyrdom, their witness, life, witness, martyrdom, all the same thing. And I don't know, there is pushback. Like it can become, I get it. I spoke with Christian Baxter yesterday, and he was pushing back on that. You can always, cultures form. You don't ever want to have the exclusion that absolutizes and is against the other. It's just so easy to other people, whether it's academics or credentialed people or whatever. The not randos. But a lot of, let's see, I felt like reading a psalm today, and so I don't know, because it's an interesting verse. It's one of the things that Greg and Paul talked about. Greg talked about his favorite verse, which happens to be because he talked about a question that he has is, what is the Bible that's written on your heart, or the scriptures that are written on your heart, that he said that's, it's different for everyone, because there are, it's your own sacred magic. There are certain verses and certain, it's not even it can apply to anything. Salience. What are the things that pop out to you? What are the verses that stick with you, that are just like ingrained in your mind? And some people have more, some people have less. One of his is like, the fruits of the Spirit in Galatians 5, and against such things there is no law. And then Paul was saying that's funny because that's a verse that's in his Twitter bio or whatever. He is all about equipping people for things against which there is no law. And it's a great verse, you know. I think of Wayne Fair or something, you know, the letter kills, and the spirit gives life. And you could hear that, like even that. This is where I have my buddy Jason in my consciousness Congress, or Mitch or something. And sorry, Mitch, if you're here, I haven't replied to you. I listen to your messages. I've been I've been sad. Isn't that a song? What is that song? I've been sad. I've realized over the years I'm not that, in a way, my temperament. I was going to talk about my temperament too, because my temperament is such that I'm a weird person. I'm an Enneagram 4, so I just like dark things and sad things. Also, the sun is coming in the window where it's hitting me in a way where I have like a reverse raccoon thing going on. Dolly, who sings that song? But or like Justin Bieber's Lonely. I love sad songs. A lot of the music that I like is sad. I like either really peppy, fun, lively music, or I like all kinds of music, or sad music, like a great old country western song that's like has like a peppy rhythm, but is also just really dark and sad. Sometimes those songs are the best. Songs that seem like, if you're just listening to the music, you're like, oh, this is happy, and then you're just like, oh, there's a darkness, you know, or like. I love just like romantic, ridiculous songs like Death Cab for Cutie, like I'll Follow You Into the Dark. Or like I really love Bon Iver, you know, whatever. I don't even care of, like, I often think of the Justin Timberlake SNL skit where he's mocking like sad white dudes for liking Bon Iver. But it is what it is. And but there's the drummer for his band is this guy. I don't know how popular he is. His stage name or whatever is S. Carey, Carey, and he has this song. What the heck is the name of that song? Or I'm trying to think of the lyric, but it's shoot. So this is what happens to me. Then I can't think of the song. My son also loves it. It's such a great song. I just want to tell people because it's such a great song. If you're a sad person, what Dark? Yeah, that's just the name of the song. Is Dark. And I want to look at some of the lyrics because it's just super fantastic. This is like a Chad stream or a Kara Nodrick where they like would go through songs. True North. Yeah. This is how the song starts. If I ever lost you, I'd throw myself into the deepest river bend and pray that I might find you in places that I don't even believe in. What a great little corner song, man. Because it's true, you know, or like there's lots of, I mean, that's a trope in lyrics though, you know, like praying to the God I don't believe in. Isn't that what's that? There was some like popular band that I wasn't into them. I didn't like them in like the early aughts that had that lyric. Pray to a God that I don't believe in. Whatever it is. I can't remember what their name is. All right, I want to read Psalm 51 because I think that it's Zach Parsons' project. Isn't it the equinox today? Probably. That's something I wish I knew more about because I know, like, that kind of stuff I think is super valuable, and I just haven't dedicated the time to learning about like astronomy stuff. Anyhow, I want to read Psalm 51. So, I mean, it's a super famous psalm. A lot of people know it. But be gracious to me, O God, according to your loving kindness. According to the greatness of your compassion, blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Dear Lord. Yeah. That's where, yeah. Against you, you only have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you are justified when you speak and blameless when you judge. Behold, I was brought forth in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. Behold, you desire truth in the innermost being, and in the hidden part you will make me know wisdom. Purify me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me hear joy and gladness. Let the bones which you have broken rejoice. Hide your face from my sins and blot out all my iniquities. Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a steadfast spirit within me. Do not cast me away from your presence, and do not take your Holy Spirit from me. Restore to me the joy of your salvation and sustain me with a willing spirit. Then I will teach transgressors your ways, and sinners will be converted to you. Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, the God of my salvation. Then my tongue will joyfully sing of your righteousness. O Lord, open my lips, and let my mouth declare your praise. For you do not delight in sacrifice, otherwise I would give it. You are not pleased with burnt offering. The sacrifices are a broken spirit, a broken and contrite heart, O God, you will not despise. By your favor do good to Zion, build the walls of Jerusalem. Then you will delight in a righteous sacrifice, in righteous sacrifices, in burnt offerings and whole burnt offerings. Then young bulls will be offered on your altar. That's a verse that's definitely written on my heart, or a passage. I mean, it's so common in almost all Christian and Jewish liturgies and religious practices. I think it's pretty ubiquitous and pretty common. And there's just like a friend in this corner once told me that because that's something we talk about in the corner sometimes, like we try to draw parallels of who, like Nate wants to do his whole he wants to do like a role playing game of the little corner, I think, and relate people to just different characters. Like Grizz has talked about that with he made like that Richard Rowland card or whatever. And like who are the wizards, who are the mages, who are the what, that kind of thing. Or even biblical characters who are people close to. And I had a friend in the corner once say that I reminded them of David, and it just like it was very emotional and destroyed me. Because I mean, I do. He's like, I think King David is one of those people who I think he was classically, he's a late bloomer, which that was me. He was, not the least of his brothers in a way. It's very Joseph. It's a motif, very David. Choosing the weak to shame the wise, took on Goliath, but then he became very manly and masculine and a war leader and a really great king in stereotypical masculine ways, but he always had a very emotional, feminine heart. And oh, Cal, you sweet bastard. And yeah, I don't know. There are no solutions. There are only trade-offs. There's sensitivity. Like I was talking to my boy. I don't know. He might be here this morning, Tim. And he was just being very curmudgeonly sweet to me. And and we were just talking about, it's kind of like you could think of it as Cypher in the Matrix, ignorance is bliss, just plug me back into the Matrix. And I used to think when I was growing up that it would, like, I just wished for a lobotomy, but really I think what I've wished for a lot of my life is I just don't feel so deeply, because it's I don't know, everything's to be blessed is to be cursed as well, to quote Clem Snide. And like just recently, like with stuff, this is a recurrent thing that happens with my wife all the time. Like sometimes I'll just get really emotional and blow up at my wife, and she's like, because we're reversed in a lot of ways emotionally, and she's more stereotypically masculine emotionally, and I'm more like a girl. And I'll just come at her with just like all these issues, and she's just like, caught really blindsided and just like I have no idea what you're talking about, and I don't know why. Like, I'm the one with all the problems, essentially. She's a very but like part of that is just because like I don't is it because I mean this could be like a personalist knowing thing versus subjective objective, and she's much more like a sensor objective kind of person, ironically, for all of my speaking against that kind of thinking. That's a dynamic that plays out very much in my marriage and relationship. And to her it's like, well, it's kind of like I don't know, I shouldn't speak for her. I don't want to mischaracterize her because anytime I try to, it's what's happening. But she's often just caught. We'll keep it simple. She's caught off guard by all the problems that I'm perceiving, and then like those aren't even real. Like that's just something in your head. Well, is it? Yeah. I mean, maybe, kind of. No. And so part of it, like I just wanted to share. If I knew how to like do a share screen, I could just show my big five stuff. I think I've put this out here. This will be backwards anyhow, won't it? Oh, reflections. That's visible, right? So this is my big five personality. So like weird things about it. So like my agreeableness is relatively low, but it's weird, right? Because it's like 80th percentile compassion, first percentile politeness. So like I'm very willing to say things. And then I'm not very orderly, no surprise. Very extrovert and enthusiastic. But my neuroticism is super high, and that's because I have like 93% volatility. But I'm not very, but like it's hard. My withdrawal is less because it's like 31st percentile. So I'm not very willing to withdraw. Like I'll just try and try and try. But like eventually, then when I get to the place where I feel like I need to withdraw, then I go hard. But I can't stay there for very long because of my high enthusiasm and compassion. Like it's just torture to me. It's like that saying of resentment, or what is that saying? Is like wishing the other person ill, and it's like drinking poison and wishing ill on the other person, or whatever that is. And it's just horrible. It's just horrible. So but it is the way that it is. And then the last thing I want to say before opening this up, this is just me talking about myself and being whiny. Like I was telling Tim, part of my struggle is often like I'll feel all these feelings. Like if I have negative emotion, I'll feel negative feelings, and then I feel bad about having the negative feelings and guilt and like the gospel of just try harder, that I shouldn't have the bad feelings that I'm having. And that's a downward spiral that sucks. Isn't that a Nine Inch Nails album, Downward Spiral? There you go. That's my junior high years. Rage Against the Machine, some Limp Bizkit, because I leaned into that horrible taste in music, and Nine Inch Nails, Korn. What else did I listen to? I still love Rage. So that's the masculine in me, I guess. The other thing that I wanted to say is, this came up in that Greg conversation, but PBK said, because he was thinking about making some videos or whatever, and PBK has always said this, like even his like, should I quit YouTube and go OnlyFans? Which I don't know, it's maybe just a members only video now, but PBK said, just do whatever you'd want to do, no matter what, even if anyone was watching, even if nobody's watching, and then who cares? Because you just do it anyhow. And that's kind of what I'm doing. This is, I mean, it's kind of a virtually not alone. I have an external processor. I like to talk. I don't really like to journal, never really have. So this is kind of like my journal. This is me talking to myself, talking to God, talking to you, and other people can listen in, I guess. And then it's like, and one of the things that keeps me coming back a little bit too is that you do hear every once in a while that people are helped by it to whatever degree, or they say they are, which is cool. And it makes me think of the Bodhisattva, or leaving the 99 for the one, or whatever. Like even if, or my buddy Cal always says, I know he's here. POD. I met one of the guys from POD McMo, actually, on an airplane once. There's a guy. One of them had dreads. I think he was a bassist because he was reading a Lewis book. I think he was reading. No, it wasn't Mere Christianity. Can't remember what it was. But I was like, oh yeah, I was in that mode, my 98th percentile extroversion or whatever, and I went up and just started and asked him about it, and we started talking. Yeah, I definitely listen to POD. Anyhow, but Cal says, God is the kind of person, I think, who would like, I think Jesus is the kind of person who would go to the cross for one person. I think he would do the same thing for one. And yeah, I don't know. That gets a little bit at the Christian YouTube versus TLC thing. I want TLC to be the kind of place that would do everything they do for one person. It's not these delusions of grandeur, of popularity and scale and thinking big. Not that there's anything wrong with it. Fine. Like, you can do that, I guess. But would you do the same thing for one person? Would you pray in your closet? I mean, this isn't praying in your closet or reading your Bible in your closet. It's the opposite of that, I suppose. But I don't know, man. It's a weird new thing that we're trying to figure out. Huh. All right, I'm gonna look at some comments. Invite. Yeah. Well, Cal. I'll go back and show some Cal comments. Yeah, here we go. God sees you as the only person who exists. Yeah. Yeah. I snuck into a POD concert in Manila. Wow. That's probably quite a story. Yeah, he's everyone is the only one who exists simultaneously because he's infinite. Yeah, I mean, there wouldn't be any difference. Like, I just don't. I think a lot of the time we get really confused about all these ideas about God because we view everything so mechanistically and so quantitatively. Is just like, to God, a day is as 1,000 years, 1,000 years as a day. I mean, that's an angelic thing, and you can kind of understand that thinking about light and photons and, like, Rupert Sheldrake's book, The Physics of Angels. I mean, a lot of the ancient writings of angels read similarly to, some degree of modern quantum mechanics or something. Or Lewis describes them in the Ransom trilogy, the Eldila or the Eldil, as we see by light and relate to matter, and light is by which we see, and angels are almost flipped. Like, they relate to matter as we relate to light, and they just kind of flow through it, and they are beings made of light. And so to us, like, you would and would not see it, and it's almost like, and in the space trilogy, when an angel shows up, it almost like skews the whole of reality. Everything is bent a little bit. It's almost like, it's a little bit like those scenes in Interstellar. But anyhow, I mean, and that's all just grasping at it. Like Peugeot said somewhere, you don't want to equate your angelic understanding exactly to quantum mechanics, because everything's a model. It's just a helpful model a little bit. All models are false. Some are useful. But yeah, we think of all these we think of things quantitatively, but it's all within this frame. Very much. I mean, it's within a divided world between natural and supernatural and physical and spiritual somewhat, which is also just a narrative. And when you break it down, you can't, like, even a great atheist physicist said something like think about chlorophyll or plants. It's just like matter is concretized light. Like, I don't know. I can't remember. That's in the Physics of Angels book. I can't remember what atheist said that, but it's largely true. And I mean, and I know that from doing, like, analytical chemistry things. Like, you take a plasma torch and you put a solvent through it with a little bit of metal in it, and it sublimates into light. And that's how you quantify and detect different ratios of vitamins in like some, product that you're making or whatever. So, all right, let me go back and see comments. Yes, I believe so. That's the psalm after Uriah was killed, but then also his son died, I believe, because he's praying and fasting, and then he stops praying when the son is dead. All right, the weight of light. Yes, this is a great quote. This is one of those Sherry quotes. Who sent me because Mitch sent me those audios saying that when Sam Tiedemann gave me the shout out on that Council of Trent or whatever podcast, that bigger Catholic podcast, which he quoted me quoting Lewis, but then he didn't attribute it to Lewis. But that's what always happens. Like Sherry quotes this all the time, or this is attribution is a hard thing, because at some point you quote it from someone else, and at some point it kind of does become your own a little bit. It's just how everything works. Should I go back to earlier comments? Yeah, letters. This is the Rilke. The point is to live everything, right? This is cheaper than therapy. Well, yeah, and that's that. I was mentioning this. Therapy isn't necessarily better. It depends. I think there's better and worse therapy, and what is better? Like actually getting. It's almost like a good therapist probably wants to work themselves out of a job, right? Where you don't keep going to them, and you actually. A good therapist would probably get you to the point where you stop thinking about yourself so much, get you that place of true humility. To quote Lewis again, is not thinking less of yourself, but thinking of yourself less. Like that's probably true godliness, where you don't even think of yourself at all. Like that's most depression, right? Most emo sadness is just thinking about yourself. Like if I wasn't thinking about myself, could you be sad? Could you be sad if you weren't thinking about yourself? I don't know. Jesus wept. Jesus was definitely sad at times. I don't know. These are hard questions I don't know the answers to. Yeah, Mandy, amen. I said this. I don't know at the end of the day that I'm willing to do it, to be less sad at times. And here's the thing, praise God. Like I'm pretty blessed in that I don't have very long-standing bouts of depression or sadness. Like it's the exception, not the rule. I'm not there most of the time. Some people just have, for whatever reason, their context, their upbringing, their biochemistry, they're sad like basically all the time and have it really hard. And that's tough, and seemingly there's little they can do about it. Like most of the time I'm pretty happy and upbeat and playful. It's kind of a gift from my father. My dad's very much that way. And that's part of it, is just like how much I'm going to be visiting my parents, and part of that is like I love my parents very much, but I have anxiety about being around them, because this is how most of my life went. I was always like really happy to go see them as an adult, and like this is gonna be great, and I was very excited like a puppy, and then it just never really was, and it was always just kind of a letdown. And then it became, and my wife is kind of just like, yeah, I don't know, like it's one of those expectations. She's like, I don't know why you just like always imagine it's going to be really great, and then you're let down every time. She's just like, what? And I don't know, like it's not that it's not great, it just is what it is. I'm a romantic, so I always imagine it's going to be something other than it is, and it's not. But I would, yeah. Is it better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all? I think so. Yeah, I'm it's a classic romantic line. Thank you, my friend. McMo is similar to me. Yeah, read a Psalms on your streams for Lent. Yeah, my extroversion's a weird thing, and it's become, I don't know, I'm probably a little less extroverted than I used to be. Part of that's just getting older, I think. Uh, I think that's just natural. I think as people get older, they're just less extroverted because they don't need to be more, and that's just part of the natural uh, changing of biochemistry over time. David was the original rock star. Ooh, this is cool, William. Purim is coming up, where you can cosplay as biblical characters. I portrayed Pontius Pilate. In Easter plays, I portrayed Judas Iscariot. Baller move. Yeah, no kidding. That's what I was thinking, McMo. Being Judas in the Easter play is very Christ-like. Did someone who found Anthony? I watched your video too last night. What was it about? As I was sitting around feeling sorry for myself. It was good. I can't even remember what it was now because I was watching other things. Let's see. Oh, Dolly, you sweetheart. All right, let's go. Have I written any songs? No. Yeah, I think the only time I tried to write songs was when I was in junior high, listening to Rage Against the Machine and Korn and things, and so I think I just basically tried to work in as many expletives as I could. And I don't know. It's one of those things where like I wasn't writing songs, I was trying to write songs. I think C.S. Lewis talks about that somewhere in regard to writing. He said, there's a lot of people who it's maybe something like doing your 10,000 hours of writing or doing anything is you're cosplaying, you're pretending, you're trying to do something forever, and then eventually you get to the place where you stop trying and you actually are doing. But you have to fake it forever to actually get there. What's up, my boy? The chromatography of angels. Exactly. Chromatography. Hilarious. Only the universalists shall be saved. That's kind of like, is that a riff? That's kind of a riff on Cal's old podcast, which he intentionally buried, Universalism Against the World, which is kind of funny. Teo, get in here and tell me I'm doing something wrong or right. Therapist won't tell. My kids will tell me my breath stinks. So Lent started in Orthodoxy. The beginning of Lent starts with the forgiveness Vespers, and and how forgiveness Vespers ends is the priests and the deacons come out and they start by saying, they say like, brother, I forgive you, or forgive me, or asking for forgiveness, forgive me, a sinner. And then they say, as God forgives, I forgive, or something. You say that while you do these 3 kisses on each side of your cheek. And I was showing my kids how to do it because this was their first forgiveness Vespers. And my daughters, they just look at me and they're just like, it's like, your breath stinks. And I'm just like, cool. That would have been nice to know before right now, but whatever. Jesus wept, big boy. Okay. As we grow older, we become a bigger vehicle for the rest of life to move through us. I don't know what that's a quote from. This is what happens when you get out of sync with the comments. Yes, you could. Thank you. I'm just going to take that to mean whatever. Oh, here, Jim Cathart. Think about Gaza and tell me you're not sad. I don't. Whatever, in the modern world, people would say that this is either, what you see and hear depends a lot on where you're standing and the kind of person you are. So I don't pay attention to any of that stuff. I don't pay attention to politics. Chad was saying that he was worried people aren't talking more about politics in Little Corner. I'm not, because I think people should pay much less attention to politics. And I know the narrative of people say, well, you can say that because it doesn't affect you. Maybe. I also think if everyone, like, it's all about the zeitgeist. Like, if everyone paid less attention to politics, it would matter less, because that's your collective salience. People would invest less in it, because that's a little bit of the egregore thing. Like, government and politics is this huge egregore. If everybody collectively paid less attention to it, there'd be less power in it, and then it wouldn't matter as much. That would be my prescription, but I don't think that's going to happen. So, but so whatever. And so different people have different convictions. For those that feel the need to engage in it and to try to, I don't know, engage in the system to better the world, good on you, I guess. I don't want to. Reverse raccoon eyes. That's me. What up, buddy? Nothing new under the sun. Is that original to you, McMo? That's a good one. Thank you for bringing that. Sola Scriptura. Yeah, that's something that's been coming up recently because of, dude, right now, this would be hilarious if Gavin Orland is watching this right now. Are you watching? Are you engaging in TLC? I know you're going to be talking to PVK. Is PVK here in the comments? I think, right? Didn't they say that? Didn't PVK say he's going to be talking to Gavin because they reached out or something? This is what TLC is. It's an engagement with a bunch of randos in very random ways. Or at least this is the way I do it. Stream of consciousness, whatever. One of the happy people. Noah, my boy. Dude, by the way, Noah, I want to say that I like you a lot. I think you're great. And I'm happy you're here. So I want to start off by saying that.
Well, I like you too. I'll start off by saying that too.
It's funny how, so I emotions are like, I try to, they're real, and you want to acknowledge them, even relationally. You don't want to, I mean, I'm old enough, I've lived enough life, and I think when you're in a conflict with someone, you don't want to deny their emotions. It's kind of like the Ben Shapiro facts don't care about your feelings, or you could tell, like, when someone is in a disagreement or a conflict and they say, like, I'm sorry you feel that way, or they give like a half-hearted apology. Another great song, Cassie Doobie, who opened up for Noah Gunderson. Noah Gunderson's like my favorite musician, I think. Just shout out to him, because he's grew up very religious, and now he's just so good musically. He's like, I love that dude. Anyhow, she opened for him when he came to Minneapolis recently, and she has a song, Half-Hearted. That's why I thought of it. But emotion, I try to think of emotions as like, they're real, but they're like waves or the storm on an ocean. You have to, if you're able to zoom out, like, yeah, that storm's real, but like, it's not the totality of the ocean. And so you gotta, and so it's part of it, and you got to acknowledge it in yourself and in others, but not. It's really easy for someone like me to absolutize their emotion, especially, or if you're immature. I mean, I don't know this. Like, I'm a pretty strong feeler, that you're just like, I feel this way, and I'll never feel differently, which is not healthy or not good. But you do want to acknowledge it, and I feel like I had another point, but I forgot it.
That's good. Yeah.
What was I saying right before emotions? Sola Scriptura, Gavin. I don't know. I don't remember what it was. Because I was saying that's part of the cost of like engaging in TLC, right? Is like, that's what Jordan B. Cooper said to me in the thing, or Gavin said, I watched about 20 minutes of this and I couldn't really make heads or tail of what you were saying. And but that's part of the steep slope investment cost thing. To really understand TLC, you got to spend some time. And Tim Keller said this once. I think it's true. He was saying this of his kids, but I think it's true of any relationship. He said there's kind of a myth of quality time. He's like, you don't really have quality time without quantity of time. It's just, You can try. You could try to just be like, okay, let's just make this moment really special. Well, good luck. It usually just involves a lot of time with someone because spending lots of time with someone like a family that has all these weird dynamics. Like are you comfortable sitting in a room with someone and not saying anything? Like that's a deep level of intimacy,
Yeah. Well, and I think I talked about this once with some of my friends, and we decided that there are two kind of major exceptions to like the large quantity of time. And that would be like eating food together is a huge one. For some reason that time is like more quality, it seems, to develop relationships.
Yeah.
And then spending long amounts of time, but in like all together. So like overnight trips or like going camping, those seem to be extremely quality times just because you kind of get out of your normal rhythm and you're with other people that entire time.
Yeah, I suppose. And that's maybe a little bit of the quality time thing. It's an intentionality, which does affect the time, whether you're going on a date or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's probably something in my relationship because I'm much more of a, well, I mean, it's hard for my wife because like I'm a foodie. I love going out to eat. It's like one of my favorite things in the world. And that's like, to me, that's like part of what a date is. And my wife just isn't a foodie. And she's like, we don't have to just like go out to eat all the time. I'm like, we kind of do. We could do other things also, but like that's an important thing to me. But then it just becomes like, then my wife can sometimes feel like, I think you just want to go out to eat and you just want me there. And I'm like, yeah, both of those things. Yep, totally. I don't know. People are different, but it's good. It's like there's this weird dynamic where sometimes because like I also like I love The Notebook. Have you seen that? I'm sure you've
seen The Notebook, yeah.
So like that dynamic. Number one, I love Ryan Gosling and I love Rachel McAdams. People that know me know this, and like their dynamic, the like just ridiculous, dumb, pathetic romantic in me just loves that movie and like their relationship, everything about it. Because it's just like the scene where they're just like fighting and slapping each other and then they start making out. I'm just like, yes, like that's just, I just want to do that all day, just like fight and then make out. And that's not my relationship with my wife. Like she's just not that way. Like we'd slap each other and then she'd be mad at me for like 3 days. So it's just, but there's something about it. And so then sometimes, because it's easy to play these games of like, sometimes I imagine that like my wife were different or something, but like it would just be different. It wouldn't be better or worse. Like that kind of relationship is fine, but then there are aspects of my personality. Like if my wife had been like that ever since we were young, like I don't know, I might be a lot of the ways that I really, because I think this is true. Most of or a huge portion of what I really like about myself has been cultivated simply by being with my wife.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know that it probably just wouldn't even be part of me, It's like a choose your own adventure. I would be a totally different person married to someone else,
Yeah. Well, I talked to Chad a little bit about this, about like when you're with like with anybody, but especially like your wife, like you notice becoming more like them and them becoming more like you.
Yep.
And it's kind of impossible to avoid. Like you just start adopting like things about them passively, like the way they talk and everything.
Yeah. So as someone, I mean, so you're obviously a lot younger than me, and I heard your age. How old were you when you got married?
23. So I'm still the same age.
So it's fresh. Okay. Yeah. So but you're one of those guys who, in this corner, young people, like I'm trying to think of Julian. I don't think Julian watches these. Do you know who Julian Waldner is?
No.
So he's a very early day old G in randos. Like if you go back and watch any of the Randos United videos, he's in a ton of them. And Julian's awesome. He's the Canadian Hutterite guy that Paul will talk about. If you've ever heard him talk about that, he's not around as much all the time. He doesn't do these live streams, but he's brilliant, reads a lot, but I'm trying to think of how old he is, because like when he started in the corner talking, like back when all this started, he was 19, so he's probably similar-ish to your age.
Yeah. Yeah.
But just so mature for his age. And so the reason I bring all that up, I don't know, I was just trying to relate to young people in the corner, and I was thinking about you and thinking about myself when I was young. And like, so my wife and I got married. We are very, like, we've learned over time that we are just very different people. Like, we are Myers-Briggs, we're complete opposite.
Mhm.
The way, in a lot of ways, emotionally, big five stuff, we're very different. We're different Enneagram, like any metric you use, we're very different people. And then we think of like when we were young, like we didn't know any of that stuff. We just really liked each other, and a lot of that was young love, infatuation. It was like my wife has often said, if I didn't have the playful aspect of my personality, and if I wasn't happy most of the time, like if I was the melancholic, this, like, she's just like, we would never be together. I wouldn't be able to tolerate you if you're like that all the time. And I think a lot of what holds us together, because this is the religio thing, like what is the unity of our relationship? What is the thing that kind of holds us together? Or like the Jordan Peterson positive to negative interactions. Have you heard him talk about that? Where it's like,
I think
he
so.
says, because I think he's done studies on this, or he was referencing a study where in a healthy relationship, you should have between 4 to 1 positive to negative interactions. And because otherwise, if it gets different than that, if there are more negative to positive interactions, like 4 to 2 or something, or 4 to 3, it's like it becomes too negative, and people, like, it's bad. But then if it gets different, if it gets higher than 12 to 1, if like 20 to 1 positive to negative interactions, people really don't like it either, because there's not enough tension. They feel like you're a pushover, or you're not even a person. It's just like, who are you? You're just like you're a relational yes man or something. Um, and so staying in that window is really helpful. And I think a lot of what helped my wife and I is we both grew up really like agricultural, rural. We're both from South Dakota. And so it's just very working class families, and then very Midwestern. So like just a lot of these core values that we had, like hard work. Um, and then like the playfulness were the things that I think really united us. And we were both Christian. And so we knew that stuff. But then I don't know, like, I just feel like I was really oblivious to, because of my upbringing, I think I was really oblivious to who I was. I didn't have very accurate self-awareness, I don't think, at all when I was young. I don't think I started to figure that out until I got married. And so, like, that's been a big evolution. But how is that for your relationship? Because you're on the front side of this. I feel like you have a much better handle on all those things than I probably did at your age.
I don't know. I think I'm still trying to learn what to expect. I took a lot of time to like take note. I did a few kind of mentorship kind of things at my church for people who are about to get married, and so kind of trying to listen to all their problems. And it's like, okay, so how can we just know that might be a thing in the future, and how can we set ourselves up with a foundation to address that?
Yeah.
But the fun part right now has just been like setting up all the traditions for the future of being like, okay, so what is something that we want to continue on? What do we want our legacy to be as a couple? And so, yeah.
That's very, yeah, but even that, like, that's very forward thinking. Do you think you learned that kind of intentionality and forward thinking from your families? Was that just something that was pretty native to you, or is it something that you learned through church and other people talking about these dynamics?
I don't know. I it's probably not me, because I'm not usually very forward thinking. I'm pretty go with the flow, deal with things as they come. I think part of that's probably the influence of my wife.
Okay.
And then part of that is just knowing there's a destination, and knowing that things aren't just going to go well themselves. They have to have work put into them. So I don't know where that came from, but there might be some Peterson influence there too. So
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's huge. I mean, if you really if you got into that kind of stuff, the very pragmatic Peterson stuff really young, which people your age, if they were into him, would, and you take it seriously and you don't just get caught up in, if you don't like PVK says, came for the politics, stay for the religion or whatever. If you don't get caught up in the political side of it, which annoys, which I think, I don't know, I would say is the superficial side of it,
Mhm.
and really clean your room and get serious and take a lot of his really practical advice. I mean, that's going to be huge. Like, I don't know. My parents gave me, I don't know. My parents gave me a lot of that, but they just, one of the, it's like the blessing and the curse of being very rooted in that blue collar world. Like, my dad taught me how to work because that's what he knew, but he just didn't know. That's what was hard for me, is he just didn't know any of this stuff. How I often joke about, and this is one of the reasons why I think I can feel so isolated in my own family, is a lot of the ways that I'm really wired, I didn't figure out because growing up, there was no resonance for it. Like, all that, like being, I don't know, I guess my family's emotional. Like, we're all kind of emotional and wild. It's just like a kind of a wild place. Like, it's the opposite of my wife's family. That's very just like, that, like, they don't talk about their emotions and it's very restrained, but they're like,
Mhm.
we figured out that, like, that's how our families are. We're kind of opposite, is where they are always together, super family centered. They're always getting together, but they don't talk about their emotions or like fight or do any of that. That's all like under the surface. My family's the opposite. Like, we don't talk very much. We don't get together very much, but like, it's always just like right to the point, really real, really intimate, but usually in a pretty volatile way. Um, and it's just, I guess it's hard to teach what you don't know. So part of what I've been thinking a lot about too recently, I thought about this I said this to Christian Baxter in our talk. Part of what TLC is for me is being the virtually not alone, talking to people, sharing all these things that I don't necessarily have another outlet for. But then also, it's kind of like we were just talking about. Some of these things you can learn in church, but it's also, I think it's, some of this is discipleship,
Mhm.
like teaching, not even me teaching, but I think through people sharing their experience in relationship, in church, in whatever, other people learn those things by mimesis. Like, I remember in small groups, when the first time I went to a small group and a small group leader was just really vulnerable and confessing sin,
Mhm.
like, it just floored me. I'd never seen that before. And I was just like, and it was a total mimetic moment. I was just like, and I felt the power, and I was just like, that's so cool. And then it just like, and it really does. It's like the spark catch and starts a fire.
Yeah.
Um, so I don't know. I feel like I'm trying to leave space for you to say things.
Yeah. I think Chad mentions a similar thing, right? Whenever he talks about the kind of the one-on-one experience, or the sponsorship experience in AA, and talking
Yeah.
about how, like, there's only so much you can get from somebody kind of dumping their information into you. But when you're the
Yeah.
person who's the sponsor, that's like where the real magic happens. Like,
Yeah.
where that's where character development kind of comes
Yeah.
in, of being that person for someone else, and someone relying on you, and you, I don't know, helping them.
Yeah. No, I think that's huge, because I think it really gets you, because I've talked with Chad enough about AA stuff. And so there's the self-centeredness. I mean, he's told me that self-centeredness is the core problem with it. But then when you're helping other people, like, you're fundamentally others oriented. You're thinking about other people. Like, it's hard. It's really hard to be depressed when you're helping other people,
Mhm.
because you're not thinking about your own problems so much. Because I love that stuff, man. Like, when other people, part of it is probably being like the kind of temperament I am, or an Enneagram 4. So I just love dark things in general. Like, people sometimes will share dark stuff with me and they're like, sorry, like, I don't want to drag you down. And I'm just like, that's like fuel for my fire, man. Like, dark things never make me like scared or sad or anything. It's almost like I'm the kind of person where, like, the darker, I almost do think of it this way, and I know it's not true, but like almost like the darker it is, the darker someone is with me, I feel like it's like more real. It feels more real. Happy to me can feel superficial, you know, and I don't know why that is. I suppose it's because it's the put on a happy face thing, you know. But different people just have different temperament. I love it when people share that they're struggling or dark things with me, because it takes me, I mean, truly, it takes me out of myself. It's hard for me to be sad. What up, Andre? Welcome.
Hey.
Hey.
Topic I resonate a lot with. So this is the topic I resonate a lot with.
Oh, sweet.
Oh, my microphone was.
Yeah, I was just like,
that's
you
why you
were
didn't hear me.
quiet.
Sorry, this has happened 6 times today. I'll just make sure it's perfect.
I can hear you a lot better now. So
yeah, should be good.
Okay, I'm trying to read. Emily, are you saying I have borderline personality disorder, or this is a comment related to other people? Yeah. So Andre, you're saying it relates. How so?
Well, I'm arguing the comments with Mosov.
Yeah.
That's one thing. I think that maybe he just said he thinks he's been annoying me a bit, but I think like things like this can happen when we start talking about mental health, because I felt like there was a little like bit of gaslighting feeling in his comments. And I was just like watching and looking back and being like, no, it surely can't be that sort of far. He's left for a bit. I wouldn't say McMossab has actually genuinely annoyed me. I just sort of wanted to get out of where you sort of an argument where you start trading punches back and forward, where I can see it escalate, and it was all pinched upon him saying like, you're weird for liking cage matches, which is apparently a joke at your guys' expense, which is fair enough. Like if it was anything else though, like that would be sort of common. Neil said, what was the comment?
Here, let me go find it. Who said? Neil said something about cage matches?
It was a little bit up. I'm just finding it.
All right, I'm looking.
Okay, it was 1:06 p.m. Before that.
So we're not on Australian time, all right?
Sorry. Yeah, McMahon said that you all are weird for wanting to fight. I just want to be so obnoxious that my wife has no choice.
We brought him in. He's gonna speak for himself.
Okay.
Son of a bitch. Just kidding.
Sorry, I got like 3 hours of sleep last night. This is literally
my
worst nightmare.
This is gonna be peak. No.
I'm
Dude,
sorry.
Go ahead.
When you when you did that estuary thing, and you were just, I mean, we talked about this privately a little bit, and you were talking about being sad because Sherry whooped you. Also, I don't think Sherry was probably intending that at all. I don't know if you've talked with her. I'm sure she wasn't.
So,
but the fact that you're such a sensitive little whiny girl, I relate to so much. It's fantastic. And I don't even mean that as a pejorative, because I identify as that. So
sure, yeah. No, I reached out to Sherry like in the time between when we recorded that and when it was going to release. I was like, oh shit, this whole personal knowing thing probably means I should reach out to Sherry and just like talk to her about this, and so we talked kind of privately. But Andre, I'm so sorry. I think we are totally like ships in the night, missing each other. I could see that you were taking some of the stuff I was commenting as directed towards you, and they weren't. But then I also want to go ahead, like, firstly disambiguate that the cage match is kind of like a meme thing that like Neil and Chad and Grim and PBK, it's just kind of been in the air of the April Fool's Day conversation cage match.
yeah, they've just been bullshitting about it. Grimm does it, and then it's like the lobster versus Tom
Right,
Richardson
okay.
and
This
whatever.
is the first I've ever heard of it. So in that comment, I'm just like, it not only did it seem like let's fight, but April Fools, it sort of seemed like a piss take as well. It's like, yeah, April Fools cage fight, haha.
Yeah.
And
what really makes this worse is I am a piss taker, so I would do that, but I just when I'm
Yeah.
not trying to, it makes me feel horrible.
yeah, I think
you
it
joke
ships
all
in
the
the
time.
night.
The only one that really makes you mad is T-Grog.
Yeah. Sorry, T-Grog. You triggered me.
It really like because I was testing you when you said I'm gonna say shit. I'm like, well, can you say it to me? Like, talk shit at
Yeah.
me? Like, so I provoked you at the start, and then that turned to like go to the cage match, and then there was a comment saying, well, you guys are weird. You brought up cage matches. I'm like, hey, I didn't say it first, so I'm not weird.
Right. Yeah,
And
no,
it's-
I would. So,
yeah.
that this is a great example of how irony and inflection do not come across well in text-based media.
Yeah.
But I was specifically the y'all I was referring to, was Luke saying all he wants to do is fight all day and make out, and Neil saying, yes, I agree with that, because I'm like, no, I don't want to fight all day. Like, are you out of your mind? All I want to do is be obnoxious so that my wife has to pay attention to me.
It's that stuff for me because we don't use y'all here like really at all. And I know it's like quite a handy term to use, but when I hear y'all, I think everyone. But in that context, y'all being like you all, because they were previously mentioned, makes a lot of sense now that you bring it up.
Well, I'm glad that I got to kind of clear my intentions, that I meant literally no ill will, and that
yeah.
Dude,
I think
this is the stuff too that's like this kind of stuff. If TLC is a real community, which I think it is, these kinds of things are important to do.
Yeah.
This is why I say like it's not, because I think, I mean, this goes all the way back to the Nathan Ormond day. Like he kind of Nathan Ormond, whenever he brings up TLC or talks about TLC, he'll reference this sometimes. Which this is one of my early interactions with him. Is I said something. I mean, I was trolling him a little bit, but I'm like, it's not about ideas, man. And and it's true. Like TLC isn't primarily about ideas. It's about people. We talk about ideas a lot, but being about people, we're gonna have to talk about these kinds of relational dynamics. People are gonna offend people. People are gonna get mad. There's gonna be misunderstandings, because that's what always happes in real relationships. You know.
And I do want to take like full responsibility. I do realize that sometimes when you use irony, it's part of using irony is that it's often misunderstood.
Is it?
And
yeah, it can be quite a lot.
Yes.
I'm gonna be so tempted to like just mess with you now, knowing how sensitive you are.
I'm so sensitive, but I mean, this is, you talk about your kind of the things that make you Luke. I think probably most of the people who have known me and loved me would say that the like being extremely obnoxious, but also extremely sensitive to negative feedback is like, that's just the little Gordian knot the Lord's tied me in. So,
and I would say, Mick, most like, if I remember correctly, when you say you've trolled, I can quite clearly remember, like in the past, you commenting on my trolling statements and laughing at random points, and so it is sort of like rich for me to sort of get annoyed at it, your trolling and not identify it, when all I've done alongside you is had like you laugh at mine. And this is why I think just you jumping in like cleared the air completely, because I needed to work out like what you actually meant, and that was done extremely quickly, and I don't think that would have worked in text.
Well, and I'm really glad that you came on first. Very brave thing for you to do, to kind of, feel that tension and say, you know what, instead of just like clicking off or making it even, raising the intensity even more, I'm gonna just kind of hop on and try to suss this stuff out. So that's why I wanted to hop on. I'm going to sign off because I'm not technically supposed to be live streaming with my friends right now.
Well, thank you for clearing that up.
Says who? By what authority do you say such things?
The authority of those whom I LARP as unto the Lord too. So
Get
I
their
will,
priorities straight. Well,
President
all right.
Foxman.
Thanks for jumping on.
Signing
Take
out.
care.
See you guys.
Have a good one.
Mark, welcome. Do you have things to contribute to our generativity, our relational generativity?
Not yet.
Okay. No, that's totally
I'm
fine.
just
Because
very slowly entering the corner and trying to figure stuff out. And I have a very slow PC laptop, so I'm just seeing how things go.
oh, no problem. No problem. I just
So
wanted to
I'm
ask
just
that
lurking.
way.
I'm just lurking in, not in the corner.
Dude, totally. So Grim, this is it is increasingly becoming about Grim Grizz. I mean, you're about 50% of what Paul talks about anymore. But much deserved, our good general. What's funny to me somewhat about temperament, and this has been helpful for me to realize as I've aged, is I don't know, it's a help, but it's a struggle. And I'll use this illustration as there was this guy that I was doing some business, just different business stuff with, and we went in to this office together where we had to do something, and what would you call them? What's the not offensive term? The secretary, the person at the desk receiving you when you came in, receptionist,
The receptionist, is more general.
technician, reception technician,
Receptionist, I think, is fine.
receptionist. Okay, and so I mean, Minnesota's classic for. I mean, I didn't grow up here, but it's very classic for Minnesota nice. I don't know if you guys have ever heard the term Minnesota nice, but essentially,
I know what it is straight away.
You do? Okay. Essentially, what it means is people are very, very polite and friendly. The one way that I heard described is that someone who moved here, a friend of mine who's actually also Australian, said Minnesotans will say, like, have a good day. And what they or New Yorkers will say, like, fuck you. And what it really means is, like, I love you. And Minnesotans will say, have a nice day. And really what it means is, like, fuck you, because they'll just be like, have a nice day. But really it's just this veil of superficial nicety. And so we go into this building together, and this acquaintance, business associate of mine goes up to this receptionist, and so like I'm an empath and hypersensitive, I don't know what it is, like 88th percentile compassion. And it's what it seems like to me, they have this interaction that she's being very passive aggressive and rude to him. And it's just like, and I'm the kind of person, that's also my first percentile politeness, that I don't like, ironically, for all my intellectual talking, I don't like veiled things. I hate passive aggressiveness. Like, it just drives me nuts. Like, I immediately want to point it out and just be like, you're not playing that kind of shitty game with me or with anyone I know. And so it was just driving me crazy. And as I was watching my business associate, though, and I don't know if it's like cultural or just temperamental or whatever, but me and my wife have talked about this a lot since then, because she noticed it too. But I feel like he didn't notice it at all. It was just like water off a duck's back. It's like he just couldn't see it. It wasn't salient to him emotionally. And I was just like, and it stuck with me so much as this like profound experience, because I was just like, it's like a fucking superpower. That's unbelievable. I wish I didn't notice stuff like that. And that's kind of like where I was talking with my buddy Tim this morning of it feels like an emotional cipher in the Matrix, where it's just like ignorance is bliss. Like, I wish I could just be plugged into the not feeling, not noticing Matrix. But then, I don't know. It wouldn't be better. It would just be, everything would just be more
Even keel.
Even keeled. It would just be like, I'm on, like, what kind of drugs do they give people to just make them level?
Lithium.
Yeah. So anyhow,
I get what you're getting at. I think like what we've got here is like there's an Australian sort of laid backness, which is like a version of Minnesota nice. So someone directly tries to annoy you, and you in like a really matter of fact way, but in a playful sort of voice, like they throw some abuse at you, and you go, yeah, right, mate, piss off.
Yeah.
and you laugh, and it's like you're clearing yourself of all that negative vibe from that one action,
Yeah.
and it's like I don't need this. And we have that attitude towards a lot of things. It's like you make fun of your friends and sort of like they didn't pass their exam. It's like, oh yeah, great score on that last exam, John. Like you did real, like maybe not that malicious, but you point out something to make fun of them for,
Yeah.
and instead of getting angry or upset, they'll go, piss off, you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And you just move on. So
Yeah.
it is sort of like that superpower in that sense.
Dude, I mean, and all cultures have their weird things, but my buddy who's Australian who moved here, kind of in amidst all the COVID stuff or after it or whatever, his wife's from here. He's also a therapist too, actually. And he's just like, he's had such a struggle relating to Minnesota culture. It's so hard for him because it's just like this, because of what you were just describing. He was like all of like indirect, passive kind of stuff, which is really like negatively, it's a malevolent feminine culture. And he just like, and he hates that because he's just what you said, like in Australia, people are just like, piss off, whatever.
No.
That does not happen here.
So it's like
that whole piss off whatever. It's like having a shower, or washing yourself.
Yep.
And it's like what do you call it in Christianity? Confession. It plays a similar role.
Yeah, it's almost ritualistic in a sense. Like you say the words and you sort of cleanse yourself, and you don't even need to like directly sort of comment on what was said. You just say, "Piss off, stop being an idiot," and it's like, oh, that feels better. If you directly sort of address it, it's even more so. It's like, oh, you're such a good cook, Jono. You really got this chicken cooked really well. It's like, oh, shut up. Like I cooked it as well as I could. You couldn't cook it any better. And then it's directed back at them, and there's now suddenly they have to jump into humility and be like, oh yeah, you're right. Like I would mess up that chicken. So it can have that power, but it's like a cleansing effect.
The fact that
No, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm getting you silent. I don't know. It must be an internet connection thing.
The fact that they are making light of it, it already kind of, maybe it was a terrible meal.
I think it's an interconnection thing you've got.
Joke of it kind of lightens it, and you can think.
Oh shoot, Mark! I don't know. Noah or Andre, did you hear much of that?
No, I got like a quarter of it.
Yeah,
I think if you can reconnect, disconnect and reconnect, that might solve it.
Yeah, you could try to reconnect, because I would love, man. I wanna, because I don't know. Is this your first time jumping onto a TLC thing? I'm trying to think.
This feels like something that happens with Discord as well, where people will just start roboting.
Yeah, and just try to disconnect and reconnect, because I'd love to. I mean, even get a little bit of your story just to figure out what brings people here. It's always so fascinating. I think that's one of the most interesting questions.
Yeah,
but
I just put it in a private chat for him and as well.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting that we have. I think it's true. Aussies would probably do better on the East Coast. Tigrod, get in here, you
or
weirdo.
Texas. I'll say that.
Texas,
I found we have a lot of overlap with Texans.
It is funny. I do like it. It's more of a. It's funny, like Eastern and Western South Dakota has that. I always tell people that we have the states North and South Dakota, but the culture is really East and West. Because if you go on the Western side, it's way more cowboy kind of Wyoming, Montana-y. It's just a totally different vibe. It's a lot more like what you're saying. There's like no passivity. People just
Yeah.
tell you exactly what they think, or very little. It's just a very
That's
different
really
vibe.
interesting because I made a joke about this the other day. Someone said they were like, we're guessing where this guy was from, and then I joked it's North Dakota, and then someone said South Dakota. I went, oh, okay, East Dakota,
Yeah.
and we're like, haha, and then he goes, oh, West Dakota, and I thought that was hilarious, like because obviously you don't hear the state East Dakota, but
Mhm.
they were saying that North and South Dakota are essentially socially and culturally East and West Dakota.
It's totally different. Well, and it's really because I mean it's geographic. So the western side is like much more arid and rolling hills. I mean, it's where the Black Hills are, so like Mount Rushmore. So it gets more and more mountainous the further west you go. But it's so arid you can't really farm. So it's mainly livestock and ranching and stuff where I grew up. And then the eastern side is like Minnesota. I mean, it's basically like rural Minnesota. Oh man, Jesus appeared to me last night and told me that Luke need to cut this crap out. What crap? Live streaming? Man, that's probably fine. Someone else told me that Jesus talked to them about me yesterday too, so I don't know what's going on. That's not what they said though. So 2 or 3 witnesses.
If we can get T-Grog on a phone with a camera on or something, if
Yeah,
that
you
works.
can come on without a camera. I mean, we know.
Oh
who
yeah,
you
like
are.
I would like to talk to him without a camera because like I feel like I'm a great sparrer for him. He can try as hard as he wants to win me over.
Well, I don't necessarily want to
I
have
shouldn't
like
phrase it in that way. Like what I mean is that I have the background that he has in a way, but I'm on this side.
what I want, because I will just say this: I don't want I want T-Grog on, but I don't really want to have every time he's on to have a atheist theist debate. I think, and many people have said this, like there's numerous offers. I know Tyler would. I know Ron wants to talk to you. Neil desperately wants to speak to you. I think it would be great to have, because live streams are just part of one thing that the Little Corner does. Pre-recorded conversations are another aspect.
Yeah.
I mean, have a series of T-Grog and I can think of it. T-Grog speaks to a rando, part A, about why theism is stupid. Part B, part C. You could have a series of trying to explain to us all why we're wrong about God.
It's an interesting idea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is true. I mean, and that's why, like, even this morning, we don't. Because really, for me, Grog, I would say it's just the atheist theist debate, and this is partially because of my aversion to apologetics. Is I don't like the conversations. I don't like to talk about it. It's just I find it to be usually it's either boring or irritating. The only reason I like to talk about it is because I consider it to be a spiritual discipline to not be bored or irritated and to try to create space for people that want to talk about it. But it's not that I'm like interested in it. From the Christian side either, like Christians doing apologetics to disabuse atheists of atheism or something. I'm just like, whatever. Who cares? So Paul, you're here. Are you talking to Gavin? Tell me. Or are you just going to be in here and troll? Tell me if you're going to talk to him.
Yeah, Paul, come here and say that to our face.
That's right.
Put your jukes up.
He watches on me. Yeah, he has to monitor my heresies. 10% off Whitestone name laptops. I could kind of use a new laptop. My laptop's probably, I don't know, very old.
I don't know. I've heard about those goods that Tom Lukeson sells, and I've heard some rumors that they don't last very long.
No, it's fleeting. All my goods are ethereal woo. You know, there's nothing there. It's just there's nothing behind this nonsense.
Yeah, I've got one of those special new GPUs which run on ephemeral programming. It's really good, except you just can't really use it in the computer. Not on this plane anyway.
Oh man, Chad's here now. What is? So I spoke. Chad and Neil are here. Oh, home math. Paul's talking to Gavin in April and home math too. That's fun. I haven't watched that guy's channel at all. I only know of him because of homeroom PBK stuff. Although, I mean, he seems really interesting.
To answer Grizz's question, I can't ask anybody out to the Sadie Hawkins. I have to be asked out. That's how a Sadie Hawkins works.
Oh snap! That was a very gentle alpha move. That was great.
So hopefully my wife asks me out, but we'll see.
That's hilarious. Yeah, it's a full-time job. So it is a full-time job monitoring heresies. There's another verse that I love. What do you guys think about this verse in the book of James? Because I think it's when I was mentioning that earlier, Greg, the chaplain, talking about verses written on your heart. I was thinking this from this book of James. Do I remember the chapter and verse of it? I want to look at me. I have a Bible.
I've got a Bible too.
Oh man, we're so big time. I
Yeah.
think it's in
I've
James.
got a study Bible. I'm really locking that down.
The Hobbit.
But it's the verse "receive with meekness the implanted word," which is here it is. Yeah, it's James 1:21. Let's just read the context. Should we just start reading scripture?
Sure.
So I had to I memorized this when I was homeschooled for a while. But I don't want to quote it now because that would be like it's a brag. So this my beloved brethren, that everyone must be quick to hear, slow to speak, and slow to anger, for the anger of man does not achieve the righteousness of God. And then here's the verse. Therefore, putting aside all filthiness and all that remains of wickedness, in humility receive the word implanted, which is able to save your souls. But prove yourselves doers of the word and not merely hearers of the word who delude themselves. For if anyone is a hearer of the word and not a doer, he is like a man who looks at his natural face in a mirror. For once he has looked at himself, gone away, and has immediately forgotten what kind of person he was. But the one who looks intensely at the perfect law, the law of liberty, and abides by it, not having become a forgetful hearer, but an effectual doer, this man will be blessed in what he does. But if anyone thinks himself religious and yet does not bridle his tongue, but deceives his own heart, this man's religion is worthless. Pure and undefiled religion in the sight of our God and Father is this: to visit orphans and widows in their distress and to keep oneself unstained by the world. And then it goes into, the sin of partiality, which is fantastic, faith and works, and then the tongue is a fire. James is such a great book. Chapter 4, what causes fights and quarrels among you? Is it not?
I need to find if I've got an index on mine, because I still don't know where things are in relation to each other.
It's close to the end. Hebrews, James.
That's probably why I didn't find it. James.
Come, fellow Christians, let us tell the books of the Bible we love so well. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, and Judges. We
So
can
I
sing
was,
the whole song.
I was about 650 pages off, so I was close. I was getting there.
See, Paul. Epistle of Straw. Look, Lobster Monkey Chad. Hilarious. What? My dating advice, Grim, my dating advice is this: don't forget your shopping for your kid's mom.
True.
Yeah. Well, I did a great job with that, because in that sense, like, this is where this is kind of like what I was talking about. Like if I married Rachel McAdams from The Notebook, like one of my immature fantasies, like we'd be a mess. Like it would just be a disaster. I mean, I don't know. It would be what it would be, but it would not be the kind of stability that my wife is to my chaotic life and mind. For everybody who thinks that I'm all my wife, if she were in here, she would agree with probably all the critics that like, yeah, I don't know what he's saying either. It just makes no sense.
I'll find that later.
Okay. Anyhow, but I love the verse, receive with meekness the implanted word, which is able to save your souls. Because it has this idea of like, I mean, it's like a Cohen. Receive with meekness the implanted word. It's already there.
Yeah, Koan. Not Koan. I think you're right, Koan.
Yeah.
It's got like that tiny bit of inflection middle of it. And I sometimes hear it as wrong if someone says Kwan or like
Quan?
It's
Is that, do you know the correct pronunciation?
It's like Koan or Koan.
Okay.
It's like a
Come on.
little W in there almost. Then come on.
Look at that guy. Give me that sweater. You think it'd fit me?
Probably not. You're too.
Yeah.
Oof.
Hey guys,
Hello.
What's up, my friend? Hi.
good thing. What's I was only peripherally listening. What's the topic?
I feel like this is the biggest shit show of a live stream that I've done, and that's saying something.
Probably.
What does that mean? Maybe that's the topic.
Well, we dissolved a sort of argument to start when I came on to start with, and then that turned into a Bible quote from James.
There's a lot of this. Yeah, this stream it's not so much idea centric as much as it started off me talking about how I'm a sad emo boy, and then it evolved into people coming on and miscommunication in the text. So then they came on and we worked it out on the video. And then T-Grog showed up, but he doesn't want to come on without his camera. And I said, I don't really want to talk about atheism with you. So we're talking about relational stuff and marriages. And Grim says, did I meet my wife at a Sadie Hawkins? It's hard to imagine you approaching a woman. It's actually, I'm not too shy, if you can believe it, when it came to like approaching women. I don't really. It's kind of the same. It's kind of the same thing in here with women. It was always the same. I'm just like, it is what it is. Like, I'm just going to present myself like as honestly as I can and authentically as I can to who I am. And if you don't like it, you don't like it. You know, I mean, there's not much I can do about it. Like, if I was to front, is that still said by the youngsters? I need to check everything by the.
I don't know about in my country, but I would say you'd be quite out of touch if you said someone's fronting you in the US, and Blackwood people would probably come and laugh at you. You'd be like,
Okay.
"Hey man, stop fronting me," and they'll be like,
Okay, that's
I'll
fine.
second that.
My kids
It's
make fun of me all the time for the things that I say and what I don't say. And if I try to use the new vernacular, they also make fun of me for that. There's no.
Well, but don't say that anything is poggers to them, because they'll laugh at you but laugh with you.
If you say something is what?
Poggers. It's a Twitch thing.
Oh, you
Um,
know what that is.
you could say something is bussin', which means it's very
Bussin'.
good.
I know of that from
and- From what?
there's some YouTube channel where this guy, this ex-convict, makes like prison meals, and then he tells you if it's bussin' or not.
You could
So
say
I know
if something's if you're going to do something and you mess up, you say, "Oh, Daddy Luke fumbled the bag," and they'll probably really laugh at that.
Daddy Luke fumbled the bag.
Fumbling the
Damn.
bag is like if you're trying to pick up a woman and you
So why is he daddy Luke?
rejected. Well, because you phrase it in a way that children are understanding it. You could just say daddy or dad or however you want to phrase it, like in that sort of framework. Then you've also got, if you want to go like full like connecting with the Zoomers, there is some sort of like meta meme which was like Ohio, glass. Here comes Skibbity toilet, and then
No
there's a
cap.
few other things like that. Yeah, no cap.
I mean, I'd like
and
you
it's
should
the
no
meme is
cap for
supposed
now.
what it means is like it's supposed to be like so meaningless that it has no meaning, but that's turned into like now it has a meaning from being like said so
Ooh.
much.
They caught up to French absurdism like 50
Yeah,
years
they're
later.
in post. They've gotten past the post-structuralists, really.
Oh my gosh. When I discovered what Riz was, and I just started saying Riz all the time to my kids, and then they were just like, stop that. Stop saying Riz. It's like,
Yeah,
you can't
that's-
stand my Riz.
Well, you want to talk to someone who knows the lore of Skibbity Toilet. Neil has seen most of it. So
Yeah,
you mentioned that in the live stream the other day.
Skibbity toilet?
I think Skibbity Toilet is just like, is it based on just like a video? And like it's just like
Gary's
like,
Mod animations.
Yeah, it's a Gary's Mod animation. Someone opens up a toilet, then there's like a singing head in it, like scatting.
So it's men who are like coming out of toilets, like their head is like sticking out of a toilet, fighting a bunch of men with televisions for heads. So I could see Grim Grizz doing a whole analysis of this, and there's people with like sirens for heads too that are like huge.
Yeah.
They're walking around. It's
and
Grogan, none of this bullshit. We're talking about Skibbity toilet. Okay.
Yeah. If you've got an atheist take on Skibbity Toilet or Ohio or the Rizzler, we can hear that.
May I ask a question to both Noah and Andre? The Marylander, the merriest of the landers, he commented, I think on yesterday's estuary, that there was too much marriage talk, too much married people, and what about the singles?
Yeah.
First off the bat, clearly, obviously, married people and single people are living in two different worlds. So, like, you can't. It's not always going to be the same thing offered. However, to Noah and Andrea, do you wish there was more conversations in the little corner focused on, let's say, singles specifically with like those dynamics? And
Noah's married.
I can still comment.
All right, actually, no, that's true. Right, no, you're married. I'm sorry. You're right, Andre.
Yeah.
And to the listeners, do you think there is too much focus on marriage over here? And would it make sense for there to be a stream where married people are trying to give some advice to the singles?
I'd say it really depends on the type of single people. Because if you're like just fully engaged with, say, Christianity or Judaism or whatever, like you're wanting to go straight from like it's hard to meet people to, okay, slowly date, no premarital sex, we're leading towards marriage and so on. You want to like that holy path. But then I'd say there are people who have come into the religion who are like used to using things like Tinder and dating casually and so on, and then want to integrate that with their faith as well. And especially from my position, I don't want to get advice from people who are married who like I'm very happy for, but all their advice sort of just points towards, okay, well, stop meeting those sorts of girls that you like because they're too sexy and they want to get you in bed. So put them aside, get the one who wants to wait. I'm like, well, that's not really my thing. It's very sort of one track advice. I would think. I think it would work to try and connect the Christian singles up with the other Christian singles, maybe. But having any functionality past that, I feel like you're just going to sort of self-help of how to get yourself out there and then find that mate and then go on from there.
No, would you think it would have been helpful, a few years ago before you got married to be able to sort of talk out, some sort of path or try to get some sort of idea of what realistically one should be taken into consideration when entering the dating world, specifically because today there's what Hollywood has to offer, what the internet has to offer, and I don't know how real that is necessarily.
Yeah.
I don't know why my camera's not working. I don't know. Strange.
Yeah.
That's all right.
I think one of the major things that I was processing when I was single was this I don't know, this pull between wanting to be in a relationship and then also recognizing that singleness was an option and just kind of being single is okay too. And it didn't feel like there was a lot of space. And I think that's something my church has been working on a lot of, like trying to find a place for like, hey, you can be single. And that is like a way that is like a good path. And you don't have to be married. That's okay. But then that uncertainty of being like, well, I could be pursuing a relationship or I could be kind of putting all my energy towards something else. And that uncertainty is not very fun. So that's
I do agree with that. I think there is like when that whole thing about the fertility crisis came up, I feel like even from non-Christians, I was getting like a strong sort of push by them to be like, well, we're going to die out. And we've got to start having families and go get married and blah, blah, blah. And we need to encourage young people to get married sooner and all these sorts of proposed solutions. And I think that's adding to that whole sort of push of like, we need to get more people getting married and then stay in marriages. But there is no sort of opposite side of that, of be as happy as you can be in a single life and build yourself up to the point where you're the best man to be married that you can be, then approach and go on the path to find that woman. And I think that in tandem with like that marriage advice relating to the marriage crisis would be the most handy. And that's given the choice that they make, they want to specifically be single rather than search and sort of try and find their way around.
Well, I think what's hard to for the whole singleness conversation, because in my church experience, it was talked a lot about the legitimacy of being single, but people who were always single always felt somewhat on the outside because the whole structure is built up around at least in evangelicalism, unless you're a monastic, is built up around families and things. And then I think it's also hard to deny just the biological, component of it. And even classically, historically, that the children are our future, that whole thing. It's just such a central part of what it means to be a human being that it's hard to not be. I think you can only really talk about the legitimacy of being single in terms of kind of an American individualistic happiness thing, because it's just, it's hard otherwise. I mean, I think really legitimately.
There's missing out. Obviously, we have to be sensitive, of course, for singles. And I like what you were saying, Andre, which is we don't want to be just pushing quote unquote singles into marriage when they're clearly not ready for marriage, right? Having said that, a relationship with, a bond with a wife, the creation of a child, those kind of relationships are not only are they psychologically very, very important, but there's also a sense of that allows you also to have a much different relationship with the creator as well. Experiencing what that looks like. So one also wonders when you say the church says it's okay to be single, you're not a bad person if you're okay to be single, but do they put that on equal footing, which is like that's an option and this is an option and it's all good?
Yeah.
One thing I particularly do actually find annoying is say when the marriage crisis does come up, you have like the general groups, then you have like the married people talking to married people. And there are certain topics that can come up that have been commented on by, like, say, single people, my friends being some of them, and they've been told, you aren't married and you also don't have a child. You're not allowed to comment on this because what you say doesn't matter for this. And it's one thing to come from, like, having experience of the actual issue involved and like knowing things that the other person may not know yet, but stripping them from being able to simply comment and have an opinion and be like, maybe try this. It seems somewhat reductive to me that you can sort of lock them out and be like, well, you're not married, so you're different to me. You're lesser in a way. At least that's what I feel like it's doing.
It is a little bit hard to understand marriage from the outside. There is a little bit of standpoint epistemology going on. I mean, the single women who come into TLC don't seem to have any trouble finding a guy that they like. It's just, I think the problem is we don't have a very good gender ratio.
That's kind of like I met my wife at a STEM school, and I think the ratio was 9-1.
Yeah.
And they always said, the odds are good, but the goods are odd.
Yeah, that's TLC. We've got plenty of odd goods and good odds.
Does anyone know what this means? That Cookie Baker versus Vamp? I don't know what a Vamp is.
I'm gonna pivot for a second, but we're welcome to bring this back. Sam, first I hope all's well. You were on a interesting podcast, the Council of Trent, correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Right, and so I wanted to know, aside from the podcast itself, which seemed like very cultural, and on our end, we all have, of course, enjoyed seeing our Sam out there. What was it like being, quote unquote, on a podcast of that size? Question number one. Question number two: did you feel that you were speaking as Sam the Unitarian Transfigured, or Sam part of TLC? And lastly, was any of that discussed with him? Was he interested in this world you're coming from, or?
I don't think that Trent knows much about TLC directly, but I will say it is interesting. Because Trent his main things in the past are debates, whether on intra-Christian topics or atheist versus Christian topics or abortion. He's done a lot of abortion debates. And then he is a host on Catholic Answers. So he is super propositional, super, argumentative, right? Good at arguing, although he's more winsome in his style than others, but he's still pretty, debate-y. But I think that he is sensing that there's a growing interest in long-form conversations. And I was actually the third guest that was he's starting a new show, and he's building a studio out. And so the studio was still under construction while I was there. And so he is sensing that maybe the wave of the future, or something, a way to tap into an audience that he hasn't tapped into yet, is more cordial conversations like the one that he had. So I thought that that's interesting in and of itself, that TLC seems to be spreading into Christian YouTube. And it's unclear how directly they are aware of, that sort of style. But, it's not just us, right? Like Joe Rogan is also, in some sense, TLC is copying Joe Rogan a fair amount, and other sorts of people like that. And so he might not be picking up on it from TLC. He might be like Joe Rogan, Lex Fridman, and other sorts of folks in that sort of space. And so that was interesting. I felt like my experience in the time was I felt like I didn't get enough slack to answer questions. He had 3 or 4 pages of notes on the table when I showed up. I'm like, holy crap. And I felt like he had so many things that he wanted to cover that he would bring up a new question before I felt like satisfied and done with the previous topic. And that I'm used to a little bit more leash in a conversation than he was giving. But I still felt like he was very nice and very organized and very well prepared, which is still a little bit different than more of our freeform style. Where, I prepare a fair amount. Like when I'm interviewing someone, especially if they've written a book, I'll read their book and I'll have questions in my mind, but I don't have 4 pages of notes in front of me. And so that was a little different. Also, he had put on makeup and stuff. I don't mean to be too I don't know, salacious with this. Like I'm like, oh, that's like what level of production we're I woke up in Chicago at 4 a.m. and got on a plane and got in my rental car. It was funny. I show up to Hertz and they have 2 rental cars left. They have a convertible Mustang and like a Chevy Bolt. And they're like, you have to choose between one of these. I'm like, I'll take the convertible Mustang. So I'm like flying through the suburbs of Dallas on the highways in my convertible Mustang with the top down, after having woken up at 4 a.m. So I didn't look my best personally. And I did not put on makeup beforehand. Maybe that was obvious. But it was fun to feel like this was it felt more formal and more legit in some level, like a higher production quality, like nice microphones, like I said, makeup, 3 or 4 cameras pointing at us and all of these sorts of things. And I'd never been at that level of production quality. Like this is the production quality that I'm used to. So that was interesting.
So a couple quick things, we can keep rolling on this, but I just want to say, so like, is Stephen DeYoung part of TLC? Because he made a reference to Sam. I would say out of most of the intellectuals that are out there, Stephen DeYoung is. Yeah, I mean, he jumps on Just Chattings with Jacob. Yeah. I mean, he actually is engaged. He isn't engaged in the personal side of TLC, the relational side, really, as far as I know. He's engaged in the intellectual side of it, but yeah, way more so than other intellectuals. And then this question, Anthony said, do you feel like you were brought on for the red meat for Catholics to wag their fingers at Sola Scriptura?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And I'm totally 100% okay with that.
Yeah. It was, for you, it was a win-win for both. Both parties.
It was a win-win. It's like, if we divide the Protestants between the Catholics and the Unitarians, even if I get a 5% cut, I'm happy with that deal.
Also, because it's true, Sola Scriptura people, I mean, you got to deal. I mean, I agree with Sam. So
I think it was good for us to see, because, well, you know what? Let me start with something else. Christian Baxter had a live stream with some guy that's really into Jordan Peterson, but like really into Jordan Peterson. And in their conversation, Christian was mentioning how, and I thought this was interesting because you said like the long form and Joe Rogan, how potentially the TLC was tapping into what was already an emerging phenomenon of this long form. However, mixing with religion and mixing it with, I'm using an example of a Chad, right? Someone that is tiling all day, but has this information nonstop, just listening to hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. And at some point you're like, I can't keep all this in my head. And I can't talk about it with my wife, and I can't talk about it with like Joe down the street. I need some sort of place where this could be discussed. And then you have 2 of those elements together forming, and you have obviously like Paul Vanderklay creating the space where this is happening. So I believe he was tapping into something over there where TLC is expressing that current need and desire for people that have accumulated over many years these topics and now feel like they actually can participate in a Joe Rogan-like conversation, which means they might not be as smooth, but if I need to talk right now for 3 hours, there's enough information over there where I could speak for 2 hours. Now suddenly Sam gets invited to Trent, so that's sort of again like a fish, a flotilla, so to speak, right? It gets docked in like a big dock. Now, in order to do that successfully, someone at the very least needs to realize that they're going to be requested to perform as Sam did, which is you're not going to be able to be as flowy as we are over here, right? Mr. Trent is not interested right now of like you starting going off script, or so you happen to be a impressive individual and also came prepared to talk about that topic as well.
Well, what's interesting is I came prepared to talk about the church fathers and the development of the Trinity in the first couple centuries. In our communications, I was given no notice that he was going to grill me on scripture. None. And he did that for like 80 minutes. And all of that was me just a bit off of my knowledge off the top of my head. And
why do you think that was? Is he trying to have an upper hand?
I think that he was like, if you read the comments on the video, there are like 3 categories of comments on the video. 1, oh, I love this new style of yours. This was a really enjoyable, low-key conversation. Thank you, right? Like, hey, we appreciate the TLC-ish flavor of this. That's a change in mood, and we like it. 1 is like, how dare you platform this heretic? And you did not do it. What you should have brought up this point, this point, and this point. You let him look too good. There are a ton of comments, like hundreds of comments on the video that are, Trent, you were too soft on him. You did not push back on his points. You let Unitarianism look too good. And that was a bad thing. Which, thank you out there, hundreds of people who think that I did such a good job. I'll appreciate that. But I think that he was trying to anticipate that a little bit and trying to push on me and get me, but also not be too rude. And I guess I'm just sort of inherently prepared for that sort of thing. And like, honestly, the passages they brought up were sort of like, if you're good at chess and you're playing someone who's medium good at chess, you know the first moves that they're going to make and you know how to respond to all the moves already. And so it's like, yeah, okay, all right, I can guess what you'll say. All right, and then I say this, and then it's your move over here. Okay, and now I make this move, right? You know, like I've rehearsed that so many times. But
so Sam, how is all like all of that? How is that not a zero-sum strategy to win in a competition?
There was a little bit
anti-TLC.
Right. There's a little bit of both, I would say. I think that he was, you know, he didn't try and absolutely destroy me with facts and logic. And he was cordial. And I think he was, in one sense, asking those questions because he knew his audience would want him to and care about the answer. And he did let me speak. But I think that, you know, he's a liminal character, right? Most of his experience is in debates and being literally the host of Catholic Answer call-in shows. And so I think, you know, he's trying out this new thing, but he still has a lot of his old, you know, self and habits and show hosting qualities in him too.
Well, he got to witness, I think, if the comments, I'll venture to guess, if the comments are saying, you know, you let him win or you were too accommodating, that's because, like you said, he's more used to his, like, you know, his debates, his abortion debates, but now he's seeing a TLCer, so to speak, who's not there to win, who's there to dialogue and have a discussion. Mm-hmm. And I also think you are not fazed by that because you're like, yeah, I've had many dialogues with people like claiming that this is nonsense or this is not true. So I'm just here to dialogue with you. And what people were upset about seeing, I think they don't realize is they want to be seeing more of that because 2 or 3 or 4 conversations like that then would allow people to comment and say, like, I never thought about it that way. That's interesting. This is beautiful that this dialogue is happening. So I think it was a big win to have you there. And I'm taking full credit for it. No, I'm saying it was a very big deal that you were there, and I really appreciate that you're relaying this information to us. But I think that's really TLC, quote unquote, touching like the real world. And Luke, what you said about the personal and Father Stephen DeYoung, he sent his new book, his draft, to Jacob, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So like it doesn't get more real than that when he's very much interested in that kind of conversation, in that kind of dialogue. So those are 2 examples of people that are, you know, participating in a certain sense.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark. Welcome.
Clunky entry. Sam, thank you for turning me on to Father Bear, by the way. Very cool guy. It's some deep waters to dive into. Can't recommend him more. I mean, it's wonderful. Yeah, I woke up with a funny thought in my head this morning about 3:30 in the morning with the Buddhist famous Buddhist phrase, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." And I don't know why it was there. It was just there, but it just was rattling around, and because I couldn't sleep, I got up and turned on somebody I don't normally listen to, and that's Jonathan Pajot. And his latest interview was with an absolutely wonderful artist, and
the icon of everything or something like that. Yeah, with that.
Yeah, another icon carver and an artist. Yes. And it was a great little art appreciation seminar for me, a little intro for that realm, because my history with Joe tends to be a little, I don't know. I just had not had any ability to grasp him very well. I mean, I wasn't a sympathetic listener until this morning, and I can't help but wonder if maybe that Buddhist observation somehow working in my subconscious overnight in some way that helped make me a little more sympathetic. And it's a going to your, it's, you never know, you're making yourself available to people who you felt pretty put upon by, may have the same effect on them over time. Just, you don't know what's happening when you go, excuse me, when you go out there, and like Hezzy said, over time, these things work. That's it.
Hey,
Nice. What's up, Cassidy?
Hi guys.
Yeah, it's a very
the
Christian
TLC dating
thing.
service.
It's a very Christian thing of Sam to do, to continually reach out and engage to people who call him not a Christian. I think.
And Trent was super nice to me, really, overall. I mean, he pushed on me, but he was gentlemanly, and he, like, at one point he wanted to make sure I didn't. He said something like, enemies of the something. And I'm like, and not that I'm calling you an enemy. And like,
Yeah,
it's like, well,
remember that.
You did kind of do that, but also I appreciate the reeling that back. And it's like, anyway, I know what you mean, but he was nice, and look, he was taking a risk having me on. Anyone who gives me a platform, I know, is taking a huge risk. Paul took a huge risk, and maybe he regrets it. I don't know. Maybe it's too soon to tell.
Well, moving beyond are just, I'm not, what makes you different as a Christian from me as a Christian? I'm sympathetic to the Trinity, but I'm not sure what it means. I mean, what substantively makes us different? Why would we break I never understood this. Why would we break fellowship over the subject? Over a subject we don't understand.
Because of propositional tyranny. I mean, I really think that's what it is. Like, I think, so I mean, I don't know when Christian's going to release it, but we talked yesterday, and I really think that's what it is, because and this has been evolving over a long time. Sam, you and I have had many conversations about this, that people were excluding people based on propositions, and a lot of it was politics in the early church, and a lot of times, things that were heretical then became orthodox, and they killed people, and then all of a sudden they're saints when they were killed as a heretic. And there's been this evolution over time. And I don't know, like, even there were comments in, like, there's certain things. What I like about TLC and the lowering of the church walls and us engaging outside of the silos of all of our different confessionalisms and creeds is that it's allowing for people to really discover what they think. Because I would argue in the mosaic of your knowledge, propositions are part of that. Like, Christian and I talk about explicitly in there that propositions are important. Like, I do think they're important. Like PVK set up in this video, Sola Scriptura, I don't know, what did he say? He said is something like,
it's a slogan, not a doctrine. I think
slogan is not a doctrine. But I would argue as a proposition, propositions do matter, and they are important, because I would say that doctrine has got us to the place, it came out of rationalism and has got us to the place where we are now, but it was a potential. Propositions are potency. And that's part of the game. Potency is part of the game, but actuality, what I just read from the book of James, is what you want. But potency is one half of that thing, which is propositions are just potential. But embodied.
Like software code that you're writing that you haven't sent into production yet, that is like actually operating.
Well, and it works at an individual level, but it also works at a cultural level. Because I would say where we are now, we are in the full throes of like actualized objectivist rationalism, sola scriptura. But like it's in its death throes though too.
Well, the best line, one a great line out of James is so you believe in God, so do the demons. Good for you.
Right.
No, it's you believe
And
God
they
is
shudder,
one.
and they shudder.
You believe God is one.
Oh,
So
God
I
that's
just got to
good.
make
That's even better for you.
quickly, you know.
That's
The
true.
prison of quantity.
I go ahead, Paul.
I think the level. I think when you talk about code, and I don't think that's a bad way of thinking about it. And I think, again, if you read someone like the book I love to talk about with respect to this, Alistair McGrath's Heresy. Even if he didn't think as strongly about this point that he made early in the book as I did, I think over time, the code is important in terms of scale and representation. And I think part of what we're getting at in terms of propositional tyranny is figuring out how to best handle code in individuals versus systems. Because Sam, I listened to the beginning, and then once you two started doing your thing, I lost interest.
Me and Trent?
Yeah. You know, when you're going back and forth over the Bible verses, and I thought it was very Protestant of him to focus on the Bible. I really appreciate that.
Trent is a very Protestant-y Catholic.
Oh my. Well, maybe I'll edit that out when I clip this and put it on my bigger channel. But the more interesting debate that I think you bring is the one that you want to bring up with Gavin Ortland, which is the question of basically originalism versus a doctrine that I'd say matures and solidifies over time, because that's where you really get into this question of scale and personal propositional tyranny.
Yeah,
I think that's really. Oh no, I don't have a good computer with a good camera, so that's really where this whole thing, I think we are sort of working on, is figuring out, okay, we've got subscription, we've got confessions. How do these confessions work with respect to scale, and how do they work individually? And I would say
how they get updated over time.
Right. And I would say different ones are going to work in different ways. Obviously, let's say with a sexual ethic, if your propositional sexual ethic, that one probably works individually. But something as deep as the Trinity, we're probably talking centuries and very large scale and continental scale religions. And the difficulty is that how in fact do you sort of gatekeep these? And I think in many ways that's kind of what the TLC is playing with, also with respect to us sort of being church adjacent. All right, I talked enough. I'll shut up, and my camera isn't working.
I think this is a very related point to what you were just saying, Paul. But for whatever reason, and I think I know some of the reasons, Catholics and Orthodox have an easier time talking to me than Protestants, because I think that their churches are based less on propositions. And so I'm less threatening, because like Trent can play that clip at the beginning that I know triggered you a little bit, Paul. And he's like not threatened by it, because the church magisterium, like, whatever, what's Sam going to do to our church magisterium? What's this little tiny tugboat out there going to do to our giant battleship? You know, we face no threat from him. He's interesting to talk to. But with Protestants, because I'm also a Protestant, and because theoretically doctrine is revisable, it is theoretically how many Protestant sects actually are still open to revision is a very good question. But I'm much more of an active threat, and that it's harder to have a good conversation. And so I've noticed that from very
Threat
early
against
on.
what?
Threat against their institution, their identity, their
Truth?
sources of stability, etc. I'm not a threat to the truth, I hope, but I am a threat to their, identity and group cohesion. And
But I
those
think
sorts of things.
that's the reason I always bring up this institutions are inherently demonic thing, and they bind and blind, and why I've often said there's a difference between thinking you should believe something and actually believing it, and you get into groupthink. That's what confessionalism does.
You
And
also
inhibits
haven't
actually.
really tried to integrate yourself in an Orthodox or a Catholic church. And if you think they won't just as quickly sideline you as a Protestant church.
Oh, I agree. I mean, I can't recite the Nicene Creed, so I can't become Catholic or Orthodox. And because I can't become baptized into their church, then I can't take communion. I know that. Like, that's mutually fully understood. But Protestant churches don't require reciting the Nicene Creed to become a member in their church. And they have varying levels of communion. Like, there's open table, semi-open table, closed table.
And they don't care about communion because, like, I'm about to do this.
Lutherans do. The Lutherans do. But anyway, it's these questions, because there's not clear, hard answers. I'm more of a threat because I bring up all sorts of questions of what they're supposed to do. Whereas Catholics and Orthodox, like, all right, you didn't have a Trinitarian baptism. We don't accept your baptism, so you'd have to get rebaptized by us, and that would require you to go through catechesis and recite the Nicene Creed. You're not going to do that. You're welcome at our church anytime. You can't take communion. Done. And I know that. I go to Catholic church pretty often because I've got so much Catholic family. I get it. So that's another aspect of this.
I wonder if we. I'm sorry. It's just real quick. I think about the historic damage we do to ourselves with our extreme dogmatism, and I'm just thinking immediately the relationship that Orthodoxy in the Byzantine Empire had to its heterodox populations, which were large, and they were some have argued were a significant basis upon which Islam spread so quickly and conquered so much of the empire in those early years.
I mean, it's not like, I can talk to Orthodox now, but if I were to go back in time to the Byzantine Empire and they were to find out what I believe, they would execute me.
Yeah, that's exactly. No, it was severe.
Yeah,
they totally alienated the Nestorians, etc.
When Calvin executed Servetus, which he did, the law that he cited was Justinian's law code that non-Trinitarians should be executed from the 500s or something like that. It was a literal Byzantine rule that Calvin cited when he killed Servetus. And so this is another. Liberalism, American liberalism, has neutered the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church ability to act at that civilizational level of propositional enforcement. But at the same time, the Byzantine Empire would allow Jews to keep being Jews most of the time. I assume that there was ups and downs of persecution of Jews, but I think for the most part, there was a Jewish minority that was tolerated. Maybe, they had, they didn't have full freedom, but they were tolerated, and Jews are pretty used to that. There were Muslims. And what's also interesting is that for large parts of history, there were some Arian churches in the Byzantine capitals. But that's sort of like the same reason why the U.S. would have a Russian embassy in Washington, D.C., even during the Cold War. Because there was still Aryan countries and Aryan armies out there, and occasionally diplomats would go back and forth. And there were Trinitarian churches in the Aryan capital and Aryan churches in the Byzantine capital. But it was like the embassy of your enemy. Like, yes, you're technically at war with them. Yes, you technically would kill them. But also technically you do need to have some amount of diplomatic, formality or something like that at the same time. But it's often true that Trinitarians throughout history are less tolerant of non-Trinitarian Christians than they are of any other religious minority whatsoever. And yeah.
But flip it around, would we be any safer were Unitarians the dominant force in?
We don't know. we do not know that question of what would have been a civilizational biblical Unitarian church. But what is interesting is when biblical Unitarians came to power, or like the Socinians as they were called in Poland, they set up liberalism. So because they were a minority, but they were extremely influential in government. So they made Poland have a liberal, tolerant, religious tolerant government from like 1560 to 1650. And that is the roots of religious tolerance in Western Europe and America, is the religious toleration laws that the Unitarians set up in Poland in 1560 or 1570.
Cassidy, come play with us.
I know all these people are saying more Cassidy, and it makes me so nervous because I
That's
don't
right.
know.
That's what I think. Is like Cassie's a big girl.
Well, this is an interesting conversation. I was listening to Lord of Spirits with Faraday, I don't know, last month or something. And Father Stephen, or it's not Father Stephen, Father Stephen was talking about church fathers. And he said something, there's a lot of people who like to look at the church father to argue about the Trinity, but not a lot of people are looking to the church fathers to understand what it is to live a good Christian life. And my first thought is, I wonder if he's talking about Sam. And my second thought was, maybe he's right in some ways. And that, I think that's where I've been struggling lately, because when I was Protestant, I was much more interested in theology and the big questions in philosophy, and understanding how to make sense of those in my brain and how to let those assumptions about those questions influence the way that I live life as a Christian. But since becoming Orthodox, it's sort of flipped, where the philosophy questions and stuff, I've lost some interest in that, but I'm more interested in understanding what it is to really live like a Christian. And I feel like I'm failing. And that's really hard, especially now that I have a daughter. And like, I want to show her how to live a good life and be an example for her. And yeah, and it's not that I think these questions are bad or unimportant. I think they are very important. I just don't know how to fit them into my life anymore when I'm trying to figure out, how do I pray? How do I hear God? How do I move in those things when I don't know how to do them anymore?
I'm thinking very seriously, and I'm going to do it. I'm going to start treating the Heidelberg Catechism on my channel. And that's, Sam, I have no regrets having you on my channel. It's one of the best things I ever did, because I got to know you. And you are a treasure to me. I know I give you a hard time sometimes, but
I deserve it sometimes.
It's being from Jersey is kind of like being from Chicago. You always beat up the people you love. Ask Hank. And same with Chezi. I have zero regrets of the risks that I've taken in terms of my own confessional context. I think it's helpful, and I think this is where the Heidelberg Catechism is going to come in. You had all of Christendom, East and West, in some ways on the anxious bench of damnation. And whether you immanentize it or look at it in terms of anticipation, that's a very difficult place to be. And so part of what the Protestant Reformation does is change sort of the focus by basically letting individuals know, Luke should appreciate this, by letting individuals know that they basically get a really strong message of personal salvation. And then saying, as a culture, we need to be, let's say Geneva, we need to be a Christian witness as a city. Now, fail they did, but one of the things to remember is when you read not only church fathers, but broader history of that period, your Christian and non-Christian and Muslim emperors have concubines, trysts. They murder their opponents. They murder their children. I mean, just look at what Constantine did to his kids. You know, the world has changed quite a bit. And so I think over very long periods of time, this sort of gets into Laura's question on Chad's little second not estuary thing. Human beings are always sort of overreaching in one way or another. And so I think to understand the Protestant Reformation, you have to understand that Luther's traveling through a woods, a thunderstorm is arising. He falls to the ground and cries out to Saint Anne to save his soul. And then he goes into a monastery, and confession won't save his soul. And so this message of salvation by grace is just sort of is completely liberating for him. Now, again, in terms of scale, the Christendom works on centuries. And so I'm not surprised after 500 years of Protestant hegemony in some places, we're sort of swinging back to liturgy and catechesis and some of these things. But, when I listen to you, Cassidy, and I'm sure your priest would say the same thing. It would say, Cassidy, I understand that you're struggling to pray, and my goodness, you've got a 5-star baby there. And you're doing a wonderful job with her, and you're learning how to be married, and you're learning how to live in a strange country. And, I appreciate the fact that you're anxious for your performance as a witness of Jesus Christ. But you are, what is your, first question and answer of the Heidelberg Catechism? What is your only comfort in life and in death? You are not your own, but belong body and soul in life and in death to your faithful Savior, Jesus Christ, who has fully paid for all your sins with his precious blood. And has delivered you from the tyranny of the devil, and watches over you in such a way that not a hair can fall from your head without the will of your Father in heaven. And so, I really do think what we are doing here in this corner is, in a very personal, dialogical level, helping to apply the gospel to different people from different backgrounds, and we are helping them sort of appropriate the smorgasbord of Christian wisdom that has come down to us from the centuries. And we are enjoying it with each other. And in some ways, we're at this buffet, and a whole bunch of people have found the Orthodox section and said, oh, I really like this, and are really excited to talk about it. And, many of them have been eating in the Protestant section for a while. And so, I've gotten sick of some of those things. And so Sam just brings spice in. So I've talked too long.
Cassidy, thank you so much for sharing that. I'm sure that's very difficult. And I'm sure it's also difficult on one hand, in this little corner, you find the love of your life. And then next thing you know, you have like a child. So it almost feels like the abundance of God, right? There's gifts and there's like this amazing things going on. And it's such a moment, right? It's such a high. Suddenly I feel like I don't know how to communicate with him. I don't know how to talk to him, even if it's just to say thank you for the experience I'm living right now. And that can be very, very confusing and very scary. I would say that the smorgasbord analogy that Paul just used is very apt, because we could all be eating different stuff, but in the TLC at least, I feel like we're all invited to the same wedding. And it's all ultimately, it's a holy wedding. It's the wedding of God, so to speak, with us. But we like to focus both in Judaism and in Christianity about love thy neighbor like yourself, or it's a little different in Judaism, but the same concept exists. We don't really get to see that. That's a term we use, but we all live our own life. And I think if there's one thing that is cross-cultural and cross-religion over here, is the fact that this is very much love your neighbor, see your neighbor, and that's what we're doing in this space. And in that sense, I believe you're very much worshiping God. You're reaching out right now to your fellow man, women who you see God, their image in, and you're trying to discuss and you're trying to converse. And I must believe that the master of the universe is very sensitive to that and very attuned to that. And at times we could be more confident, and at times we could be still searching. And I think that if Hannah could go into the in front of Eli, and she starts praying, but her lips are moving, but her no voice is coming out, right? And he thinks she's drunk, but in reality, she's having the most intimate relationship with God. And the Christians here might disagree with me, but I would say maybe you don't have to be worried so much about like I have to pray in this sequence or I have to say this word. Call out, reach out. He hears you from any depth, from any place. And I really honestly believe that at times, not focusing so much about like how am I talking to him and more focusing about how am I relating to my daughter is worshiping him. Being the best mom you could be is embodying what he wants from you. So I don't have necessarily an answer, but I would say that don't despair.
I'm not despaired. You know, I think I'm in a transition place, and that is almost harder than being fully challenged or fully on fire in some ways, because it's sort of that middle space where you're waiting. And you know, I agree with you. I don't think it's a certain structure. That's how you do it, and that's the right way, and every way is wrong. I think God does deal with us in bounds of grace. I think I just know through life the ways we choose to enact and participate with God shape our story and shape the way we see the world. And I don't want to be flippant with that. And so finding that balance and learning to live more to think, that's hard for me in this transition point.
Can you expand on that? Learning to live and to think?
Yeah, I guess is when I was a Protestant, there was a lot more pressure on what I believe and getting that right first so that I could act and live right. And Orthodoxy kind of asked me to do the opposite. And I'm a classic overthinker. And like, just like everybody in the circle, I have my own questions that I've turned stones over and dug deep and wrestled with. And I think that was necessary in my life, and I think there's good from that. I don't think it's a bad thing to do that. But now I'm at the stage in my life where I'm asked to put all of that aside and participate and live and like grow my faith in that way. And like it's coming at a good place in my life because I actually don't even have space in my life to think the way that I did, or even a desire. I've sort of lost that like spark to wrestle and fight the intellectual questions. Yet there's that like new muscle of like participating without fully understanding what I'm doing and trying to do that with sincerity and trying to trust a process of something that's somewhat foreign to me. And like, I see beauty in it. I see a transformation in it. But, you know, it's bittersweet. There's tension. And, like, I'm learning a lot from it. It's beautiful. But it's hard in a different way than I'm used to. It's like, I grew up in Arizona, so there's lots of hiking. And I kind of talk about, it's the difference between doing like a really intense hike where you're basically having to like use every muscle to kind of get yourself over the rocks, almost rock climbing, versus that slow, steady incline where you're just slowly going up and it feels like you're doing nothing, but your whole body is burning. And that's sort of where I feel like I'm in that slow incline where everything's burning, where I'm much more of the personality that wants to climb the rocks and like see the challenge that I'm facing and understand why my body hurts. Yeah, and I think that's just like there's a beauty in that space of like being challenged and feeling that like that tension.
It seemed like you really nailed it though with participation. It's just, to me, that's the secret. It's knowing how your body hurts doesn't help you stop your body from hurting, but just participating is just having the practice and going through it. Maybe this is a Lukeism. You're more heavy on participation rather than understanding, aren't you, Luke?
Well, I mean, I think, yeah, propositional understanding, because even the way you're saying that is assuming propositional understanding. I think your understanding, to me, like what I mean by personal understanding includes all the P's, and it's only found through initiation. And so, like, you're not gonna understand it until you're in it. Yeah.
At the bottom, at Mount Sinai, we say in Judaism, when God offered the commandments, he said, "Na'aseh v'nishma," we will do and we will hear, and as in we will act, we will embody first, and then we will try to understand. And that's scary, right? Which is just jump into the deep end fully, and like you said, it's the slow incline. Like, I've been walking for 3 hours. Like, can I at least see the view, or can this be over? Like, right now, I'm just, walking. And it takes some time till your body itself feels natural in that rhythm, when suddenly you start realizing why you're doing these things. Now, there's the general why, because you're connecting to, in my sense, you're connecting to the Father, right? There's reasons why you're doing this, but the nitty gritty, I would say, I would concur with Luke and Mark, where that embodied experience takes a while until it actually feels like you're part of it. It's like it's your body, right? There's like that shadow limb, so to speak, that even if you lost an arm and you put on a new limb, it takes a while till you start to get used to that.
I would just slightly adjust it, because hearing, I do not associate hearing with understanding necessarily. I hear, and then I hear again, and I hear again. Doesn't mean I always understand. In fact, the more I hear, oftentimes I realize the less I understand progressively. It's revealed to me over time more and more how little I really do understand, even though I've heard it 100 times already, and then I hear it 101 times. I go, oh.
I think if in that case you're not hearing, you're just listening. You get the audio, but you don't actually hear what's being said because you don't think about it. I think there's a big difference between the two. You can listen to someone, and it feels like there's some sort of brain, soul, head, mind, whatever, soaking it up. And like, it's not just talking an inanimate object, but when you're being heard, like the person will look at you, into you, and like they want to understand you. Even if they don't understand what you're saying, they're making an attempt at it.
Well, I'm reminded of 1 Corinthians 10:12, right? If you think you stand, be careful lest you fall. I mean, it's understanding assumes a comprehensiveness that implies danger. That if I really, because I don't know if in these bodies that we can actually really understand anything, and maybe I'll stop there. But that's, well, I don't know if we're really talking at cross purposes, but we're adjacent. I'm just not sure we're fully connecting.
I want to read my 1 Corinthians 9, which is basically, I would equate this to personal knowing, like true knowing. So it's like, or 1 Corinthians 8, sorry. Now, concerning things sacrificed to idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge makes arrogant, but love edifies. If anyone supposes that he knows anything, he is not yet known as he ought to know. But if anyone loves God, he is known by him. Like, no, it's the knowing as being known. And so, I mean, and like the more you know, to circle back to relationships with my wife and things, like, my wife and I are coming up on 20 years. I mean, and Paul said this many times too. I know her more than I've ever known her, and yet, like, sometimes, I mean, we're just absolute mysteries to each other. You know, like, she's more confusing to me now, or just as confusing as she's ever been. And so it's and that's part of the allure, actually. That's kind of why I like her. I don't really like stuff that I can figure out right away. Like, it's boring. And in Orthodoxy, especially, this is, I don't know, I feel like I've been talking about this a lot recently, but I've always said it. A common thing that happens entering into Orthodoxy, and again, this isn't some polemic for Orthodoxy. I made one comment, or I made a bunch of comments on Sam's talk to this Trent guy. And I made one comment of like, why I leaned Orthodox versus Catholic, and somebody just like came after me with like 3 long paragraph things of like why I did it and like berated me. And I just said, okay. Like, I'm not even going to engage with that. When I talk about being Orthodox, it's not automatically saying people shouldn't be other stuff. Okay. So just chill with that. But part of my coming to Orthodoxy was, it just felt like the peace to be. I didn't have to figure everything out. I didn't have to know what I thought about everything. I still say that. Like, do I lean more to like an Oriental Orthodox understanding of Chalcedon? Maybe. I don't know. I don't really care. I don't have to figure all that stuff out. I've left. I truly have died to the idea that the preeminent thing that we should be doing is figuring out what propositions I self-identify with. And it's and you can come into Orthodoxy with that kind of attitude, like Lent right now. I was talking to some inquirers with Lent, especially Orthodoxy tends to draw a lot of zealous type pietistic people that are just like, this is serious. I want to take it very seriously. So then they come into Lent and they're like, what are the rules for Lent? What should I be doing? And like, this is the thing, is you can give them the rules. Like, these are the hardcore rules. Nobody expects you to do that. Like, nobody expects you to keep all the rules of Lent. And one of the things they always say is like, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Like, it's a life lived, you know, you'll figure it out in time. Like, most of the people are, I mean, you'll find a different parish and priest and people that are probably a little bit more heavy handed, but largely it's just like, Orthodox is slow growth, and it's like you'll have your whole life to figure it out, and it's fundamentally personalist. It's like the rich young ruler. What must I do to be saved? And Jesus says, you know, what does the law say? And he's like, I've done all those things since my birth. And so Jesus is like, cool, great. And then the rich young ruler says, though, but like, what do I lack? And so Jesus says, okay, you want to go deeper? There's deeper. If you want to go deeper, sell everything you have and follow me. And then he goes away sad because he wanted to go deeper, but he didn't really want to go deeper. But it's not a prescription. Like, my priest said that to me. Like, the rich young ruler is not a prescription for all people. Everyone isn't called to sell all they have and give to the poor. Like, how would that even work? It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Well, and I think that what I've been grateful for is the parish that I came into was very much sort of that encouraging of like, this is a marathon. Like, I'd have sort of cradle Orthodox people be like, don't go to every Lent service. It's not going to be healthy for you. You're going to burn out. Like, just take your time. You're young in it. And
Yep.
I hold that and say, yes, like in so many ways, like I've only been officially Orthodox 2 years, but exploring it for 5. So I feel like an infant in all of it. Yet there's sort of that long enough where it's like, well, I want to go deeper, but I don't know how. And I don't know if I should. I don't want to just run at things and challenge because I think I should. It doesn't feel Orthodox to me.
Well, and here's the piece, and that Chezi sent this to me privately, but it's something I've been thinking about, Psalm 139. This is like, I think when you truly, I don't know, this is, I'm speaking for me, but obviously, but I think ultimate faith is a realization is that there is no misstep. I mean, there is and there isn't.
Yeah.
Sometimes the way you figure out the wrong path is by going down the wrong path, and sometimes you have to. It's been a big hope for me. I mean, I don't stay in this place all the time, which is why I get sad, but even with parenting, I'm terrified. I'm terrified of my kids because they are in their future, because they are in this phase right now, teenage, middle school, high school phase, where like there's all this freedom of the future, but like that gap is narrowing, and it's terrifying to me of the choices they're going to make and where they're going to end up in life. And so then that's the thing is like I try to say to you to comfort you. Maybe I should treat myself as someone who I care about, like Jordan Peterson says, but I don't think you have to be afraid of doing things wrong, because you're going to. It's inevitable. And then the whole point is repentance and growth, and it's just going to happen. It'll work itself out. Where will I go to escape his presence? If I ascend to the heights, he's there. If I go to the depths of Sheol, he's there. There's no getting away from God.
Yeah. Well, and I think I probably had less fear when I didn't have the husband and the kids. Because if I made a misstep, that's on me.
Yeah.
And I deal with that. Now it's like,
But you anteed up. I mean, it's not just you. You decided to share your love and your faith with a husband, and then you guys decided to double down and mimic the Creator and create life. So you are amazing. And in that sense, yes, like it's scarier because you're at the adults table, so to speak, now. And it's not a diss and anyone's single, of course. But God is not looking for we talk about the man in the sky. It's not you did 17 good things and 4 bad things. Everyone has their own circumstance, and God knows you by your own personal name. He knows where you're from, the thoughts in your mind and in your heart. And it is the participation that matters. How much you try. And even in not trying, I believe, but doing so because, like you just said, because you want to do it right or because you're nervous, that is also into the equation, right? As God tells Job, where were you when I created the universe? You're not going to understand those calculations, but you can be sure, nevertheless, he's engaged with you in that conversation. And it's okay to give us a little slack. You said, I'm scared. You're talking to the God of the left hand of God. My relationship with him is the loving God. I don't have to look at him as disappointed in me. I could be disappointed in myself. I want to engage with my Father. Yeah, sometimes Father says no, but that is the relationship I want to have with him, and I that is the relationship that he wants to have with you.
I struggle a lot with what you're saying too, Cassidy. I've got 3 girls, 5 and under, and a wife, and my doctrinal stands are starting to take a toll on them too. It's not just me anymore. My 5-year-old already knows that there are certain churches that we can't go to anymore because of what we believe. We'll wake up on Sunday morning, and sometimes she'll say to me, all right, Daddy, what church are we going to today? Gosh, my wife will be at the grocery store. She'll come back home. She'll tell me, well, I saw that lady that we used to go to church with at the grocery store. I'm like, how is that? Well, she gave me the cold shoulder this time. She must have found out about your podcast, Sam. Gosh, kids and family make these things real in ways. And do I wonder if I'm doing the right thing all the freaking time?
Yeah. Well, I don't envy your position, Sam, because at least I can have enough propositional alignment where I feel the ability that I can be part of a membership in a community and submit to some story. Like I don't envy the position of people who struggle in that way. Like I have a lot of compassion, and that's why I like that this corner is here, that it gives people the space to like express and be honest when you're struggling in that story. And I mean, I was in that place for years, and I'm thankful that I'm not anymore, but just trading another another struggle. And I've never been a person who is afraid of a struggle. Like, there's something beautiful in it, and that's just my personality type. But yeah, this is just a different type of struggle that requires patience and denial of my own understanding to move forward. And like, in some ways, I'm okay with that, but in other ways it's breaking down the person who I was or was told to be. And that's never easy. Yeah, and I mean, I don't have answers, and I don't think there is probably one answer for each individual. Like, we move together in community, but we also have to deal with that individual thing. There's not that prescription that's gonna fit all. And wouldn't it be nice if there was? Because you could just walk down the steps, but that's not interesting. That's not full. I don't know how to describe it.
And I think one difference perhaps between TLC and Christian YouTube is I think that the average age of the audience of Christian YouTube is just younger. I think that for a lot of those debate channels, or Gavin Ortland or Trent Horn, I bet, they have a lot of 16 to 25-year-old guys. And not that we don't have some that age, but I think that TLC, a lot of the average age is more like, early 20s through late 30s. And a lot of people married, starting to have kids and stuff like that. And so our questions are different. Our maturity levels are different. And we're, not just getting in little immature propositional squabbles in the comment section, but in some sense, our questions have greater and higher stakes, which, yeah.
It's so personal here, which it's missing in a lot of the Christian YouTube space, right? They want to teach the right thing and put the right doctrine. And for me, like, I always get nervous teaching anybody anything, because who am I to tell you what to think? Like, at best I can try to explain what I understand, but I don't even know what I understand. And
well, it comes back to, sorry,
go ahead.
No, I apologize. It comes back to being what kind of people we want to be. Do we want to be the people who carry one another's burdens, or do we want to be the kind of people who put burdens on others, and we know which side Jesus weighs down on? He doesn't have kind words for those who put burdens on others, whereas he, do I need to explain that? I don't think so, but I hope that communicated. I'm not, I've never been in a position that you're in, Sam, where you have to answer that question to a small child, your own small child. I've never been in. I've never not lived where I am in the dominant culture, right? I've lived as a white male in America my whole life, so and I've never. I suppose I've been a heretic. I was kicked out of my church, my Baptist church that I was born again in at 17. So I've had that sensation, but I had the option of just going to another church.
Were you born again at 17 or kicked out at 17?
I was born again at like 11 or 12. And was kicked out at 17.
Kicked out at 17? Like, goodness gracious, can you have a little bit of grace on someone who's not even able to vote yet? Oh.
It was the 70s. Or it was 1980, I guess it'd be 1881. No, it was, I got tangled up. I got associated with, there was a church split, and I was working for one of the people who were the splittees. And I think I got lumped in with them. And when I did something slightly controversial as the youth group, one of the youth group leaders, I got kind of just lumped in, I think. In retrospect, I think that happened. It wasn't. So I mean, I know what it is to be on the wrong side of the group or be on the outside group. But on the other hand, I've never really been in a position where I've never been. I mean, well, I mean, I have friends. I have a Ukrainian friend who's also a Jew. I mean, that's a person, and they migrated from Ukraine to Israel, and from Israel to the United States. And so my guess is that person's level of experience as an outsider is dramatically different than mine. I've always had options, to kind of feel like I'm, to really be a stranger in a strange land. I don't know that feeling. So, people can, but to me, it just seems like I keep going back to, I said this in the non-estuary meeting, was just the focus. We need to focus on what kind of group we want to be. And I think that's where the TLC is probably getting it right. I think you're doing, as opposed to say what you're calling Christian YouTube. That's it for me.
I think it doesn't really matter what we call it, in a sense. It's like Christian YouTube, non-Christian YouTube, Christianized YouTube, whatever. As long as we act in a way that's embodying Christendom and in with expressing kindness, compassion, love, sharing of the spirit, all those things that make a good Christian. If people can see us actively embodying them in participation, I think that's the core number one, rather than what title we have and if the definition is right or incorrect.
Yeah,
kindness and generosity, and yes,
exactly.
Which is hard because there's depending on what denomination you talk to, what Christian you talk to, what embodies Christ. There's not a lot of consensus. I think I grew up in a Protestant sort of iconoclastic family. The fact that I have icons in my house probably worries my family, although they give me enough grace and trust to recognize I'm trying to do the best I can with what I understand. I mean, that's just difficult. And I think the religious questions just are kind of doubled down because not only do I feel a bit like a stranger in a strange land in my church, but I literally am a stranger in a strange land living in the Netherlands. And I'm actually back home visiting family right now. And, it's a weird thing to realize I'm sort of a stranger at home too, because I'm not the person who I was when I left. And my family are not the people who they were when I left. And that's the hard thing about transformation. It's like you're constantly dying to move into a new life. And, on the day-to-day, there's just these small deaths, you don't even realize it. But when you have that space and you come back to it, yeah, you have to face those deaths. And I'm lucky enough to look at what I have now and realize how much life is in there. And I wouldn't want to go back. I wouldn't want to trade anything else. But that doesn't change the fact that there are those deaths, and as you're becoming new, there's going to be those awkward phases where you don't feel whole because you're not. And even when you do feel whole, you're probably not. You just haven't hit that stage to help you realize that you're wanting.
Well, you could be learning things at a younger age than some of us who had a more sheltered life experience, where we're going through those same changes, but our life habits and our circumstances kind of insulate us from the feeling of it. You're experiencing it more consciously which is kind of advancing your education as a person. Whereas we are experiencing them, but we're going through it kind of dumb and unconscious. So all that struggle may actually turn out to be a blessing in retrospect when you get to be my old age. So
No, I do see it as a blessing, but you know, in the moment, it
moment.
doesn't. You don't always appreciate it in that way. But I actually have to go. I think I've got a waking baby. But thanks for letting me crash your
Yeah, it was lovely having you.
conversation.
Yeah.
Bye, guys.
See you later.
Yeah, and as much as I'd like to stay and talk to Sherry, I should probably get running too. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Nice having you, Sam. See you later.
Good to see you, Sherry. Sorry you can't stay.
Hi, Sam. I just thought I'd jump on because it was getting so good, and I saw how long Luke has been doing this. So
well, we need a heavy
maybe I
hitter
would
like
just-
you to keep it going.
Well, I don't have much to say. I just thought I'd be able to keep the stream going, but then everybody left.
Exactly. Yeah. We can look at some of the comments. Apparently, Grim wants me to reference a video of his, but I'm trying to get someone in chat to do that. I don't know what the reference is, but there's also a few other related comments further up.
Grim wants you to do what? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Reference a video of his, but I don't have powers of screen sharing or anything, so
Yeah,
I'm not sure if that's going to be generative.
that's okay. I think that most of the people that he wanted to see that were are gone now. It feels like.
Yeah.
That's too bad. I was looking forward to talking to Cassidy. She must have had a crying baby.
What did I miss? Summarize the previous 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Well, I only watched a few minutes, so
Yeah. Well, it started with me solving an argument, and then we read out something from the James, and then there was a gap. Some stuff happened, and then Cassidy came, and then now we're here. So that's
Cassidy was talking about what it feels like to be in transformation, basically.
Yeah.
And she was talking about being a stranger in a strange land, and I know exactly how that feels because I got married and moved to Switzerland, and I didn't speak the language either. And in Switzerland, especially at the time when I moved there, people were not afraid to call me an Auslander, which is a foreigner in Swiss. And so I was kind of like really on the outside. One of the things I realized when I was there was that if I don't learn how to speak Swiss, I'll always be on the outside. And they don't make it easy because it's not a written language. So you couldn't just go take a course and learn Swiss, right?
Yeah.
And anyway, I could totally relate to what Cassidy was talking about. And then coming home, like she said, and realizing that you're a stranger in your own land, right? Because and that just gets more and more evident over time because you take on the culture around you and you appreciate lots of things about it, and you see your culture just differently. You just see it through different eyes after many years of that, right?
That's
so
true.
And then you just kind of ask the question, is this where do I always have to be this person? Can I not feel like I'm home somewhere? You know? So yeah.
But I've got to go soon, but the pastor last Sunday talked about the familiarity of like when Jesus was with his people, and basically there's like some limitations whenever you're with people who are familiar with you, and so that came to mind for me. Is like maybe what was it like traveling around, being a stranger in a strange land compared to when you come back home, and then everyone there has this familiarity where they don't really know who you are anymore. They don't recognize you because
yeah, we talked about that with Gavin, with Rafe Kelly, about updating. I was actually just going to go outside, but I'm going to take my coat off. We talked about that with Rafe Kelly. When we talked to him, he was saying how we have to update each other. And that was one of the things I realized, because I always lived far away from my family. And whenever I came home for a visit, I was just the same person that left, but I wasn't the same person that left. Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I'm just like, this is something we all have to go through as we age and, get more, leave home. You just kind of, when you leave home, you leave those people with a version of yourself that is never ever going to be that. It's never going to be that again. Hopefully. I mean, if you,
One thing that's cool about this space is that, like, for example, I talk to Chad quite a bit and I call him a friend. But I don't get to see him every single day all the time like I do with my wife. So there is a bit of a strangeness that we do here that makes this place kind of interesting in comparison to, like, the interactions I have with my wife and my neighbor and whatnot. So I'd say I think you can be grateful for being the stranger and being with strangers. Like, there's something there's an opportunity there.
Yeah.
And I think we're actually kind of like reaping the benefits of that.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go do a picnic with my family and
have a nice picnic.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
Enjoy it.
I'm just wondering, Luke, Luke's not even, are you listening?
Luke says he's in the background kicking around.
Because
yeah.
I don't know if, like, is there you guys have been going for quite a while, eh?
Yeah, we've been going for quite a while. He's just posted the link out again, if anyone wants to jump in. I think there's a couple of topics we could go from, but I'm not sure if people are sort of willing to sort of hop in and be part of the group
conversation. Yeah. We got dead air, Andre.
Okay.
I'm just kidding. No pressure. No pressure.
How's your week been? Has it been good?
Well, my week's been pretty amazing. I'm feeling so much better. I took some drastic measures and introduced some new changes into my life, and for once, they worked. I do sing, Grim. I actually been singing my whole life. As a little kid, that was my emotional outlet, was to sing all my sorrows.
Yeah.
And oh, look, we have a person. Hi.
Hi. T-Krog is my spirit animal.
I put that in the Discord recently, that Robin Williams was my spirit animal. I love that guy so much. Yeah. Are you a singer, Andre?
Not at all. It fires my anxiety to no extreme.
Even alone in the shower?
Well, alone in the shower, I won't sing, but like I might rap, like to like old school hip hop and stuff.
Okay.
And like rap along to it. But
that would be good.
I think it gives much more of an energetic shower than sort of. I can't get into the passion of singing in the shower. I think it's maybe too intimate for me.
Tell us a personal current story.
Oh, my personal life has been a bit rocky at the moment with my grandfather's funeral, so that's maybe not a great place to start for me.
Okay.
Have you had any that are good to as an example, or PVK's here?
A personal story. Man, my whole life is a story. My personal is a story. I always see in that frame. I can't think of anything at the moment except the changes I made, but I don't want to make any big announcements about it because it's kind of radical. So I'll just keep my lips zipped. I didn't get divorced or anything like that. Like nothing tragic. It's all good. It's all really, really good. But yeah.
I if we have a mod somewhere here, I think Wesley Curry needs a bit of shushing.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know how to shush people, so
yeah, I don't.
It's okay. It's all good. He can keep going. Let him go. Chad says, "Let me guess, you bought a cell phone." No, I did not buy a cell phone, Chad, but I have one. It's kind of like for me. It's like having a little vial of the plague in my room. It's like, whoops, sorry, I'm hitting these. There we go. My son gave me one because it has okay, here's the weird thing about these phones. I live in an area that doesn't have any cell service. And so that's always, my excuse to people why I don't have a cell phone, because they just can't believe I don't have one, and they want to know why, and I just say I don't have service. But I can shut the cell phone off, which I had to learn actually. I couldn't figure out how to shut the damn thing off. And when you do that, you can make an emergency call to 911.
Yep.
And I can, I know people because I mentioned it to somebody, and they said, yeah, you can do that from somewhere where there's zero cell service too.
Yeah, it's now part of the iPhone turn off screen that you get.
Yeah.
So you got to turn it off, and there's a swiping button there right away.
That. Yeah, and my son said to me, "So at least you can make a call, Mom." But I never take it with me anywhere, so
yeah.
Maybe I should stick it.
You're old before your time, Sherry. These are the conversations I have with the generation older than me.
Yeah.
Keep your cell phone on. I had one lady in coffee break that I have a cell phone. My kid gave me the cell phone and it doesn't work. And I said, when do you turn it on? I turned it on right now. I says, well, it's got a lot of things it's got to do right now. Leave it on all the time. Oh, I don't want to do that. Well, why? Because then people will call me. Okay. So why do you have a cell phone? I've been in this conversation dozens of times.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we have a landline at home, and we get phone calls. We might get 2 phone calls a day, and they're always either scammers or, some kind of marketing scheme.
Yeah. Same with us.
Nobody phones me anymore. My phone used to ring all the time, but
we got a scam caller
communication, but nobody uses it.
Well, we got a scam caller on the landline, and it was funny because the technology they were referencing was even older.
Yeah.
So there's an Indian voice, and they go, oh, "Hello, I'm Michael calling from Windows. You have a virus on your Microsoft XP computer. Can you please check for me?" I'm like, "I'm running Windows 7 and I don't have a virus."
Yeah.
But so it says here your IP address has a virus. I need you to check for me. And it's just the same script they run over. I'm like,
I know. We used to get that call in the early 2000s. That was when that scam started with the Windows. Can you go to your computer and let me into your computer? Right?
Yeah, the remote viewer.
And the first time it happened here, I was just feeling sassy. So I said, sure, okay. And I didn't even have a computer. And so I kept this guy going for 45 minutes until he realized I didn't have one. And then the other day, I got a call from a guy, and he wanted to do that, and I just burst out laughing because I wanted, and I hung up, and I thought, Uli's like, my husband says to me, what was that about? And I said, oh, I really wanted to say to him, honey, you're so behind. That's so yesterday. Find a new gimmick.
Yeah, I had one where it was only like maybe 3-4 minutes of their time, but I thought I'd just keep repeating hello and see how far I could get them. So the woman goes like, hello? I'm like, hello.
Oh, I have a story.
Oh, hello. I went, hello? Oh, hello.
That's great.
It just kept going on.
I have a great phone story. Okay, this is so awesome. When we moved to Canada, it was 1997, and we got a phone card. At the time, you could get like a phone card to make long distance calls with if you were somewhere, right? We got a phone card because we were living in the bush, and anyway, we drove the 112 kilometers from Telegraph Creek to Dease Lake, got some gas, and then drove 700 kilometers to Terrace to do our grocery shopping. And when we got there, my husband realized he left his credit card at the gas station in Dease Lake. And I'm like, oh, great. So I said, well, you're going to have to phone them. So he finds their number in the phone book. This is like all old school. And he goes into a phone booth with his phone card, and there's instructions in the phone booth how to make a long distance call, right? Yeah. One of them is domestic and one of them is international instructions, right? So he calls the gas station in Dease Lake. And so now you have to remember, my husband is now living in Canada for the first time as a Swiss guy. Okay. He's never lived in Canada. He's only visited. And I'm sitting in the car with the kid, or in the truck with the kids, and I can see him getting flustered in this phone booth. And then he comes, and then he hangs up, and then I see him call again, and then he hangs up, and then he calls again. And I think he did that like 4 times. Anyways, he comes to the truck and he goes, I don't know what's wrong with these people, and he's all mad. I said, well, what happened? Well, I called, and they pick up the phone and they're like, hello, 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 and he's saying to them, I left my credit card at your gas station. I said, wait, now, honey, that sounds French. That sounds like a French hello, right?
Yeah.
And I said, what number did you call? And he goes, and then he showed me that he followed the international instructions. Yeah. So he called another country, right? But we didn't know which one. And then we got our phone bill, and he called Rwanda. Anyway, I said to him, what are the chances that you would actually get somebody on the phone in Rwanda? It was pretty funny. Anyway, that's
all the countries to get. Like the only thing more rare would be getting like the Ivory Coast or something.
Oh, I never let him forget that. That's why I know that story so well. Teo, how are you doing?
Yeah, hey Teo.
Where are you right now? It looks very beautiful there.
Oh, you have no idea, Sherry. Let me see if I can flip the camera. In Westminster Cathedral.
Oh my God! Let's see. This is amazing. This is so good.
There we go.
Oh wow.
I'm so bummed I didn't get there when I was in the UK twice. Twice I've been into London and I haven't gotten to Westminster.
It's sideways now, Teo. It's not flipping.
It's a Discord problem now. It's upside down.
Okay.
It can't.
Yeah, that's the only way, I guess.
Let me show you my
the only way that will work.
I've only ever seen this on TV. Well, I guess I'm seeing it on TV right now, but I'm getting it personal. Oh, look at that.
But this is different TV.
Yeah, this is really great.
But yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, lucky you.
We've got our London Estuary this evening, and Burn Power is actually going to be there. So
Who?
Burn
Burn?
Powers, the anadromist.
Oh, awesome. Cool. That's exciting.
Yeah, it is. Tunji, good to see you, bro.
Yeah, Tunji, how are you doing?
Doing okay. Just want
Yeah?
to say hi to this wonderful group of people. Not, yeah.
Tim, you're being awfully quiet.
Hello.
Hi. Are you having a good day? Bad day? What's
Tim,
happening?
I do want to know what makes you take drugs, spirit animal.
He took it away. I guess. Did you change your mind, Tim?
I felt like the joke had
Run its course.
landed, run its course. Yeah, no, I
Fair
hopped
enough.
on. I only have a few minutes, but I hopped on because Andre asked me to in the chat to explain what I meant.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Yeah, it was like, you know, I might have been a little heavy-handed yesterday in the chat when I made the statement against like marriage versus single people, but it was very interesting to listen to a bunch of married people talk about the distinction between married and single people, and I just find like some of the things that were said to be just kind of ridiculous, right? Like they should just be dismissed. Like I heard said a few times that marriage provides a like unique perspective that single people don't have, and the value that's being sort of couched within that statement is marriage provides a better perspective that the single person doesn't have. And like if you just use second grader logic, you know, you could also say that being single provides a perspective that married people don't have. And so like it's concerning that there does appear to be a sort of like universally held supremacy, despite the fact that like logically, right, metaphysically, being married doesn't it really doesn't like there isn't some thermodynamic like deposition of information into your brain that occurs when you say your wedding vows. And so like it's confusing to me why a unique perspective from a married person is valuable and should be respected and heeded, but a unique perspective from a single person is just not as good as a married person. And that sort of lies at the heart of the discussion, right? And it just makes me very sad, you know, that like the married person seems to be sort of unable to put themselves in the single person's shoes, because they haven't been single for quite a long time, and they don't really know what it's like, at least in the modern, you know, because things change over the course of 2 decades, right? And so like, you know, if like I guess I'll end on this, is that in basketball, in professional basketball, it's well known that really, really good players don't make very good coaches. And I think that means something, right? That means something about sort of participation versus perspective. There are, you know, really great experts on basketball that have never played basketball. And so if that, you know, if what you're saying about marriage is true, that it gives you this unique perspective that a single person could never have, then those other things wouldn't be true either, right? You shouldn't be able to achieve a level of expert mastery in something that you haven't participated in, but we know that you can. And so like I would argue that the married people seem to be sort of blind to their limitations. But that's just my unique perspective because I'm single.
I think you're talking to the wrong married people.
I like this topic.
I don't know. Like, you know, years ago, I went to this 70th wedding anniversary of our neighbors, Grandma and Grandpa Burns. That's what everyone called them. And, you know, it's like, there's always the round of, you know, what everyone asks the question, what's the key to a good, you know, good long marriage? And she said, forgiveness. Okay, so what does that mean? Like, you know what that means? Yeah. Marriage is easy. Phlebas.
I wonder what his wife said.
Yeah.
Like,
you know,
he is being accurate there. He's not being very precise, but his statement is accurate, right? Married people enjoy tons of benefits that non-married people do not. There are judicial benefits. You cannot be compelled to testify against your spouse. There's financial benefits. You have dual income, tax benefits. And so life does become somewhat easier when you become married.
well, I guess that all depends on what you mean by easier. That's all I could say. You know, there's that scene in The Golden Key where she, you know, the old man of the earth opens up the stone door and there's this hot river, like boiling water flowing under a tiny tunnel in the ground, okay, with no air. And he says, you got to jump in. And she stands there for, you know, George MacDonald describes it as 7 years, but really it was only 7 hours. And then she dives headlong into it. And, you know, that's how I felt, like on my wedding day, saying my vows. Okay. Because that's when the rubber hit the road for me. I'm like, I'm going to wake up to this every morning. Right. And what I'm saying right now is forever. I've never said anything that was forever. Like I had never up to that point said anything that was forever. Like a vow. Okay. Before God. It was terrifying. But I do remember being single, Tim. If you're still listening, and it was brutal too. Like it was, especially because I had a kid. So, you know, it wasn't fun. And I didn't go looking for a partner. I just stayed home and looked after my kid. And as far as I could tell, I was never going to get married. So, you know, I don't know. I think people who are married who make it look easy, I'm just gonna say that they're probably not in a good place. I notice a lot of people will often say, when you ask them how they are, they get really emphatic about how great they are, which I just did actually when I jumped on this live stream. but it's often an indicator, not always, but it's often an indicator that the opposite is true, you know?
Yeah.
And you can tell with certain, you know, certain people. Like I've got certain family members that do this, right? And they'll say, so how are you doing? Oh, you know, and it just it's like break out the confetti and you know right away they're not doing good.
I think I think you can see a counterexample or a similar example to that in Judaism, in that, like, if things are going really well, you don't comment on them much at all. So
how's life? Oh, it could be better. It means it's going great, but all you need to say is like it could be better.
Yeah.
But I think people who like concentrate too much on either the abundance or the
no
the lack of those things are really in sort of bad places maybe.
Yeah. Well, I guess it's all very dependent, for sure.
I just want to push back a little. Well, push back maybe the wrong word, but emphasize something that I heard Tim pointing out that I don't think is being emphasized.
Okay.
Which I think, I don't know, it's quite busy where I'm at, so it might get a bit. But I think the question is, what's the vision for single people? Is it just to get married? Is that the goal?
Oh, I see.
Is there a goal or a vision that single people can pursue in their singleness that doesn't end up in you must get married?
Yeah.
If you don't get married, you feel like a failure.
Yeah. I actually thought a lot about that, Teo, because like I said, I was single. I had a kid. But I was kind of in a position where nobody really wanted to marry me because I had a kid. You're like, not that one. So I actually had to resign myself to being single. And I did resign myself to being single. I thought, okay, this was my big idea. Okay, I was 19. So let's just qualify that. But I was like, I'm going to buy a school bus, and I'm gonna drive around with my kid, and I'm gonna live in my school bus, and I'm gonna make stuff, and I'm gonna sell it on the road, and that's how I could, I had it. This was my plan, right?
Yeah.
Because I just didn't wish for something that wasn't. I tried to tackle the thing that was, if that makes any sense. Right?
Yep.
Let's not talk about castles in the sky. Let's apply our energy and our focus onto the thing. And it really actually was fulfilling. Like I really dug into it, like I learned things. I actually went out and learned how to do things so that
Did you get the school bus?
No, I never did. I got married.
School bus, husband.
Yeah.
You chose well.
That comment there. No, sorry. That comment there, that snide comment from PVK is what I'm pointing to. That's the goal for single people is, if you get married, you've chosen well. If you chose the school bus, well,
no, I don't think so.
Yeah, but he's got a point though. Like, because I feel like you could get something like amazing that's just not a marriage, and then you'll tell someone like, oh, well, I got this instead of the marriage, and they're like, oh, well, so you got the wrong thing. They don't see that. They don't.
I just want to say what PVK is saying is when you're faced with the choice, like you don't get married because you chose to get married. You get married because you're in love with somebody. Like you're just not going to not get married. You know what I'm saying?
I'd say I don't think it's pointing at the choice. It's pointing at the results. Like you may want to get married, but say it doesn't work out and you end up with that school bus. Like it's not the marriage. You have the school bus now. You tell someone, well, I wanted to get married and that was the option A, but I got option B and now I have a school bus. And the sort of thing we're feeling is just like, oh, so you didn't get the right one. Like you sort of failed.
Well, I think that's
instead of like, well, you've got a school bus.
Something that we superimpose onto that scenario. Like honestly, you're in that scenario, and you choose the school bus over the person that you love.
We're saying you choose the marriage, and the marriage.
Yeah, but let's flip it around, Andre. Let's flip it around. Okay. What if you choose the school bus over the person that you actually have fallen in love with and want to spend the rest of your life and make babies with?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you never actually make a baby, you'll still try because you love it. Okay.
What if you fell in love with a school bus?
Okay, so like, what?
You've just realized your true feelings. Like that's all you want in your life is to drive that bus. You want to drive the kids to the school.
Drive it, like, and I will bless you. drive the bus. Like, I don't have a problem with it. I don't think that one is greater than the other, but I'm just trying to settle this into some kind of concrete reality, because this is not a choice between two things.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a choice between a thing and a person.
Mm-hmm.
And it's persons we love. We don't love things. Things are novel. Things are exciting. Things pique our interest, and then it dies out. But persons, that's a mystery, right? That's seeking treasure when you fall in love with a person. So it's like, if you're happy with your bus, or if God calls you to the bus, which can happen, right?
That's the thing. That's the part that I think is not emphasized enough, is that God can call you to the bus.
Sure.
Can
Totally.
God call you to the bus? And if that's the case, I don't think it's something that's championed the way it is to make babies. Understandably.
We just had St. Patrick's Day. St. Patrick was stolen by a band of pirates, Irish pirates. He was a little Roman kid, I think he was 16 at the time, tending his flock, and he got kidnapped and taken back to Ireland and sold into slavery. And he was in slavery for like 6 or 7 years or something like that. And then he escaped, and he went back to England, back to his home. And God called him back to Ireland. Right? Like, as a bishop, as an unmarried man, okay? So he went right back to the place where he was a slave for many years. So yeah, like, I you're talking to me, Teo. Nothing is written in stone for me. Like, don't make rules, like, please.
I know.
You got Apostle Paul on your side with the singleness, and Jesus. I mean, give the married people a little bit of
Yeah, really. You got the big hitters on your side, on your team.
and it's, it is. Earlier in the podcast, someone talked about when Hezi first brought this into the conversation. The Marylander talks about it easy. It's so hard doing an easier analysis in life. And part of the reason I said Sherry picked well is for all the reasons Sherry described, because she wouldn't still have the school bus, which is just true. It would have rusted, gone away. And there's so much, but it is, and what's interesting about the TLC is we do have a lot of single people. We have a lot of single people. And I think that's partly a function of a number of strange little aspects about this. And but it is, it is about calling, and it's what you're called to. And I've known people that have turned their back. This is more Catholic, and in more of the monastic traditions, people will turn their back on marriage, and it's a difficult calling. We're just in a weird cultural space now where there's this romanticism about youthful freedom, and that's really nice. And part of what's and then there's a lot of romanticism about romance too, but we're also in a weird place because there's just a lot weird about where we're at right now as a culture. It's ancient modern in some ways. So the new sort of the loss of the of a societal stigma around extramarital sex, that scrambled things, and the pill has scrambled things. So women now regularly are sexually active with very little threat of being a single mother or facing the trauma of an abortion. And that has meant, but then men also have so much sexual liberty and novelty via pornography. And I mean, we're just in a super strange thing. And this is really scrambling all of the ancient wisdom that we have had with respect to marriage and sex in our culture. And so it's really hard. And the truth is that when I talk to single people, they complain about singleness. And when I talk to married people, they complain about their spouses. And so what I come down to is people complain.
Yeah. You know, and I think that Paul highlighting that is even like, I'd like to look at that, because it's not so much about the complaining, but when you're in that frame and you're walking down the road like that, just worrying about your singleness, or worrying about the fact that someone got to be married and they think they're better than you, or whatever the case might be. Like I said before, when I thought about being single, I applied myself to being single, and I didn't think about what I couldn't be.
Sherry, what did that look like? What was the tellers? I mean, it's also different because you had the child.
Yeah.
That changes things.
But honestly, like before
even
I had my child, I never thought that, like, I'm a loner, okay, like by nature. And so I wasn't necessarily enamored by the idea that I was going to have to spend my life with someone every single day. Like, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. When I was at the altar with my husband, I couldn't look him in the eyes. He kept bending down, going, "Hello," and I'm just like, I was terrified, because I was just like, this is like forever, right? I couldn't get that thought out of my head. And yeah, so I don't know what I was trying to say with all that, but does that answer your question too?
Yes, a little bit. Go on, Andrew. What are you going to say?
I was just going to say, I think you've made me more scared of marriage now from that one statement. Like, it's something I definitely knew, but like, yeah, this is going to be forever. But you say every single day. I had that thing from The Simpsons in my head. You'll be married forever, 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 forever.
I had a bunch of my nieces, and they were all like 10, 12, 13, 14. There was like 6 of them here. And they were just hanging out on the farm for the weekend. And all they talked about was their wedding day. Okay. And they were just like, and they had magazines, and they were looking at dresses, and they were like, and I'm going to have this, and I'm going to do that. And and I can hear this all running like a little, program in the background while I'm doing my stuff. And then, as per my usual style, I said, "All right, kids, get around, come around. Auntie wants to say something." And they all sat around in a little semicircle, literally in chairs. And then I said, "How many of you have a best friend?" And they all went, And then I said, "How many of you want to live with your best friend for the rest of your life?" And none of them put their hand up. And I said, "That's what marriage is, girls. Okay, as you were." That's what I said to them. Because I was just like, "You girls, stop it,"
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the bottom to the point, though. And I think that's the best marriage you can have, because it's your best friend. Now imagine someone who's like only half of your best friend, or just, it's like your least favorite friend in class, but you still like tolerate them.
Or
that's
what
also what marriage is.
While you guys are on some romantic holiday in, I don't know, Acapulco, and you go cliff diving, and this person gets paralyzed from the neck down. Okay. And you said forever. Or they suffer a car accident, they have a brain injury, and they're not the same person they were before. And you said forever. Like,
till death do us part, Sherry.
Yes, exactly.
That's not forever.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
okay.
so if they
Forever
have
in this world.
if they could be terribly damaged, but if they accidentally die, then you get out of it.
As long as it's accidentally, Andre.
It is telling. It is telling that when
Gotta
Jesus
make it look
talks about
good.
marriage, and he takes the hard line, the disciples exclaim, "Then who should marry?" I mean, the funny thing about talking about when people say, "Well, single people are excluded," that conversation regularly either generates or degenerates into a conversation about marriage, which is fascinating. And what seems more difficult to sustain are conversations around singleness as the topic, which is, I don't know what that means or says, but because I mean, and again, part of this is, so I have two sons getting married this summer, and I'm super pleased. Both of them, one of them has been living with his girlfriend for 7 years. He lived with a girlfriend before that, a different girlfriend. And, and so marriage, it continues to sort of move around in the culture because it no longer culturally means, when I got married, I mean, I was, my wife and I laugh sometimes because she's like, how long would it have taken you and I to get married if we had been having sex regularly or sex at all? That's a strong point. I mean, you're trying to live a Christian life. You're trying to, wait till marriage. Boy, that sent you to that altar. Now, that didn't necessarily mean you were picking well, but I mean, because you were picking with, your smaller brain. And so and everything is different now. And it's not different all over the place. There are many Christian people. And generally speaking, often when people marry young, they're probably waiting until marriage. But it's, again, in the ancient world, that wasn't the case. You could have concubines, you could have slaves. You didn't have porn necessarily. So everything's changing.
You had it live if you had concubines.
What's that?
Did you say you couldn't have porn necessarily?
Well, you didn't have porn the way we have porn.
No, but you had it. Yeah, but if you had concubines,
Why would
and
you
there were
need porn?
prostitutes yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, I find, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm just a dumb married person, but I'm wondering if we've reciprocally narrowed into this space of actually believing that there's no, like, I see a lot of young people. I talk to a lot of young people who say to me, you don't know what it's like. It's so hard to get a date. You can't just meet people. I'm like, yeah, well, what are you doing, like, with your life? Are you doing anything where you might bump into somebody who's doing the same thing who you kind of like? Or are you just not doing anything, just staying home, just worrying about meeting someone, because it feels like a little bit of a reciprocal narrowing. I do understand that, things have changed, but I don't think they've changed that much, like from when I was a teen.
I think they've changed dramatically.
Really?
They've changed so much, Sherry. So
They've
much.
changed. When I look at the environment for my children and what it was like for my wife and I as Christians going to a Christian college, it's a world different.
Why? What makes it different? Like, this is what I don't get.
Pornography.
Yeah.
Reliable contraception.
Yeah, that was all existent when I was around.
Well,
I mean, when I was 5, I remember coming down with like a stack of pornographic magazines from my uncle's closet. I'm like, look what I found, Mom. I didn't know what they were. I thought they were cool.
I think dating apps.
Dating apps
Now,
are a curse. Okay,
some
I'll agree with that. They're a curse.
Some structural things have changed, and some structural things have stayed the same.
Yeah, like you can't. Okay, this is really interesting. I like this because when I was in India, I met a guy. He had a filing cabinet. He opens the drawer and he's got all these women in there. Okay, with their names like in files.
Name. Yeah.
And no, not real women, but their files, right? Because
Yeah.
in
Him
India,
and the Mormon presidential candidates.
Yeah, they arranged marriage, and so women would write to him and send them their resumes, and he would pass that on to his parents, and then they would look it over and decide. And then the dating app comes out, and I'm like, this is the same thing as what they've been doing in India for thousands of years. But
no, Sherry, it's not the same thing.
No, wait, let me say.
No.
But they don't let the parents decide. Okay, they try to decide, which is something in India that they, because of all the history and the ancient culture that it is, they obviously have come to the conclusion that doesn't work. Right? Somebody else has to make the decision.
But it's not being chosen by the parents or not by the parents for something like Tinder in order to arrange a marriage. It's in order to like facilitate whatever freely chosen style of relationship, a possible relationship, those two people want to have. So that like they come on and say like, I just want dates, or I'm just here for sex, or I do want something serious, or I want to get married, and so on. And then they connect on like, like this person looks cute, like let's match up.
Yeah, I know.
And then,
I know what it is.
Yeah, but like it's like I would say the minimal amount would end in marriage. So just because the parents are not involved, I don't think that's really an issue because it's not really designed for that. Now, if you went to a different app,
issue.
You do?
I think it's a big issue. Yeah, it's part of the tyranny of individualism. I think we're all the masters of our own universe, and the community has no say in who you choose to mate with. And I think, Andrew, the point you brought up about marriage isn't really the tellus of these apps. The tellus is the individual intent, and which makes it difficult because now you're just playing a game of, oh, I hope I've matched with someone who's got the same intention as I do, which is why.
Go ahead, Teo.
No, go on.
Well, I mean, this is the thing that I was talking about before. What are you doing? Are you swiping apps, or are you actually living your life? Because you meet your partner on a path, right? Like the person that's behind the glass on your phone may look like someone you want to be with, may sound like someone you want to be with, but take them on a 7-day hike on the West Coast Trail and see. Like, if that's what you love, maybe they have no interest in that. And there's a world of difference right there. I'm not saying that you're going to find someone who's exactly like you, because that's never the case, but you cannot know someone based on their data. And you can't know anything, actually, based on data. And we live in this world where people think that data is some kind of truth-telling mechanism, and it's not, because it can be skewed always. So you have to live, right? And
I would argue that I'm doing both, because I don't look at the person and go, I could tell, like, because they like this book, that I can look at something and say, this is how they're going to be. It's making the relational quality between the two of you and allowing to live and explore those territories and interests and so on, and asking if they like want to go on that 7-day trip. And I mean, in this economy, it's kind of hard to afford that in casual dating, but it allows you to like open these pathways and learn who that person is, and then you get off the app. You don't just stay there and go, I've got the data on you, so like I know we're going to be perfect. Let's just go from 0 to 100. It opens up the channels and where you need to go, and gives you that freedom to do so.
Andre, would you say, to reinforce Sherry's point, would you say that there's a lot of, if the majority of folks out there are already kind of living in that transactional, data-driven virtual space of interpreting reality, that it's harder to find someone who's even going to consider that? Like, you're already a rarity that you would want to take a 7-day trip, you know?
Yeah,
Much less
but
find someone else who wants
both things there are reality. Like the facts about them is part of reality. Like they like the color red. That's the true thing about them. They like sport. That's the true thing about them. But the experiences with them you cannot get from just the data-driven stuff alone. That's also part of reality. So it's I think if you just make it reductionist and transactional only, then yes, it's not really experiencing things as a whole. But you then broaden out and then continue on with that person, and you sort of like throw the app away and you live into their life.
Yeah.
I just want to say it's connected, but we've driven away from what I was trying to focus on, which I think PVK brought up the point earlier that you can't talk about singleness without marriage showing up. And that, I think, is the point I was making, which is the tellers of singleness, the only dream you can have as a single person, like, well, the best dream you can have, to put it that way, is to be a married wife, husband. But there was the monastic option is no longer available. And I think, I really do believe this, that there are so many men who, if given the option of, okay, this is what it would look like to try to be a single person, would go for that option, partly because they're so tired of the dating scene. But I think for some, that could be their calling because they're so disinterested in the data. And I think mainly another reason why I think that is because if we're gonna look at the mess that is the dating market as a gift, one of the ways it could be a gift is that it's given. Being disinterested in dating can make you more interested in something deeper, and I think that vision isn't being, presented to a lot of single men.
Okay, so here's another little story. I was speaking to a friend who was at one point very serious about becoming a nun in the Orthodox Church, and she was a young woman, like 22, 23, something like that. And I listened, I heard her, I believed that that's what she wanted, but I was also in the back of my mind going, oh, I remember when I wanted to buy a bus. So, I just said to her, well, you're going to have to find out if that's what you want, right? You're going to have to go do that, and you're going to have to see. That's the only way you can know. So she made her way in that direction, and lo and behold, she met someone, right? And she fell in love. And then she contacted me and she said, I'm going to get married. And I said, wow. But I don't know, like, oops, I got to get rid of this here. I don't know if that's the right thing to do, because I feel like God really called me, into the monastic life. And I said, and I thought about it for a minute, and I said, well, actually, there's no difference between the two. There isn't. You might be physically, in it. This doesn't even make any sense. What Phlebas said, you're married to the Lord, right? You're still, being single doesn't mean you can run around and do whatever you want, right? As a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim, for that matter, you're gonna have to come under this, submission of what God wants from you. And if you enter a monastic life, it's going to be exactly the same as it would be in a marriage. you're going to have to, basically what I could see was you're going to have to die to yourself, because that's what marriage is. And it's interesting because in the Orthodox Church, when people get married, I like that, Paul, that was good. Thanks for the thumbs up.
Yeah, and that goes either way, right? Single or married.
Well, in the Orthodox Church, when you get married, they put crowns on both the bride and the groom. And those crowns are crowns of martyrdom. And while the marriage ceremony is taking place, they switch them. For, they put the brides on the grooms and the grooms on the bride, and then they switch them back, and then they switch them again. In other words, this is what this is about. It's about martyrdom, and it's about each person taking on that role, right? At different times. Sometimes the woman's going to be the husband, sometimes the husband's going to be the wife. Like, it's just, so I don't really see a difference if I look at it that way, Teo. I know that to be alone, and not sexually active, let's just say that, is very, very difficult, right? But it's not impossible.
No, Sherry, I think you're completely right. And I think you've just done it. You've just done what I was asking for, which is to present a vision for single people that matches what it is that they presented with marriage. And I think that's what you've just done. It's realizing that it's all martyrdom, whichever path you're called to, and it's called to not the path that you choose. And I think emphasizing that is important as well, because it's, again, we're told that we get to choose our own adventures, but yeah, I think the calling and also emphasizing martyrdom for both, and not saying you have to enter marriage to truly understand martyrdom. It's
Right.
no, even as a single person.
No.
That's what you're still called to.
Well, of course. I mean, you might be dying to your desire to be married for the rest of your life. That's harsh, right? Like, that could be your situation. So, yeah.
I tend to think, someone once told me before I got married that my balls dropped when I became an adult, and all men become adults when they invest in some forever things, when they stop thinking in terms of opportunities and options, and they start thinking in terms of, like,
which can happen in the single person who dedicates their life to God.
Yes.
That same thing happens. And that's that vow, right? That's the commitment. That's the same thing that happens to two people who commit to that thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just trying to expand that.
Yeah, that's great.
And you navigated that very well. Yeah. So
Tunji.
Tayo, I think if you're finding that you can commit to that forever stuff, then that's the adult decision. That's the martyrdom, and there's a freedom in that constraint. I think there's a blessing in that constraint that you spend the rest of your adult life exploring, right? Wouldn't you say, Sherry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I think just to go a little bit deeper, if we can, that's just what it is to be a Christian, isn't it? That's the calling. That's what you say yes to when you say yes to Christ. And if that's included as part of the gospel message, it's not the sexiest way to present the gospel, but it's true. You have to. That's the calling. And I think there's a way to present that to young people, to make them aware that the single martyrdom option is on the table, and that is something you could be called to.
Tunji, did you have something to say?
I can give my experience. I am also single and not so young anymore. but still single. And for sure, I can say that singleness is a gift. And also marriage, a spouse is a gift. And not all gifts are created or given equal. So I always try to do not make a relative statement. No? Something is better than other or greater than other, but they are both a gift. And every time that you receive something, you are also at the same time giving up something else.
Yeah.
So if you are single, you are giving up things of the married life. If you are married, you are giving up things of the single life.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, they are not equally. They are not equals. The two things. As a single person, I have to affirm that they are not equal. Every married person, as others says, has experience. Should have experienced what it is to be single, at least for a while. Even though we forget this experience, as an adult person can forget what it is to be a child. Every person experience to be a child, but not every adult remember what it is like. Not if you are so. Those two things, being single, being married, they're not the same. And the majority, the normal in the sense of the majority of people is supposed to be married. That's how society works, and that's okay. That is right. And there are a minority, a margin of people that are not married, and that's okay. It's simultaneously something on the margin and simultaneously something absolutely okay. But my theological point of view on it is that singleness is temporary in the eternal scale of the thing. So we are all single, but just for a short time. For somebody, it's lifelong. For the other, it's just 20, 30 years of life. But it for everybody is a temporary thing. So I believe that our eternity is not about being single anymore. It's the profound mystery of being united with God in Christ. And I like when every time that because I have encouraged other people younger than me in their singleness with the word of the Apostle Paul. It is a gift, and you have the chance to do things that somebody that is married does not have the time or the chance to go for fully.
Yeah.
But I am more careful to say Jesus was single too, because Jesus for me is never been single. He is he's the one who is engaged very much. He's the bridegroom that we are waiting. So yes, he is everything and in all. So he's in a way it's okay to present him as a single, but he's also the one who is the bridegroom.
I would say he's both single, but is not just married, but is sort of like Super Saiyan married to God. Like it's such a special bond.
Marriage.
He's Super Saiyan married. He's like Teo gets it. Like it's such a strong bond to go in that situation that normal marriage doesn't even describe it. It has to be like a hyper marriage or like a mystical marriage. That's why I said Super Saiyan.
Our marriage is supposed to be a metaphor or a sign for the eternal kind of marriage. So in this sense, it's something very good. And then about dating, if I can put these things in, what is dating? There is some beeping going on.
Some beeping.
There is some loud noise in my ear.
Yeah.
I was just typing a message to Teo that is like meaning like high pitched squeal.
It is bad today. It is bad today for young people. It's objectively bad. It's so bad that you have girls that dream about getting married, and their active pursuit of marriage is going to OnlyFans. So that should tell you how bad it is, the dating market. So it's completely perverse. And then you have the dating apps environment that is, of course, is hyper consumeristic and materialistic. You are there to get what you want and to give as little as possible and receive as much as possible. That is the consumeristic aspect of it. But then
conceptually,
when you get
functionally, I've never used it in that way ever.
Yeah,
like 8 years of using it. So it's sure it's a pattern, but it's not the totality.
That's the bad aspect of it. But what it generates at the end, or the ecosystem that is in there, you have women hating the guys who are in the dating app, and the men hating the women that are dating in the dating apps. So it's a very
vicious circle,
vicious parasitic circle where there is not getting people closer to marriage and solid relationship, but tearing them apart. And that's the paradox of sexuality without love and without consequences.
You know, it's funny.
It became parasitic and destructive.
I was driving around. I was driving this guy somewhere. He was a drummer. He was in his mid 40s. He was single, and he was in a band. And I was driving him somewhere, and we were talking. And he was telling me how he's like, you have no idea what the dating scene's like. You have no idea. Like, you can't meet anybody, you know? And I said to him, where, because he was Canadian. I said, where are you from in Canada? And he said, oh, I'm from a small town in Alberta. And I said, well, you know where all the girls are who want to get married? They're in your small town in Alberta. And they're also women who can work. Like, seriously, this matters, okay? Like, they can handle shit. They know how to shovel. They can butcher a pig. Like, you know? And then he said, you know what? That's really strange that you just say that, because I was actually thinking of moving back to my hometown for that reason. I said, well, there you go. Do it. You know,
that's the challenge.
I think a lot of people are stuck in these very cosmopolitan centers where everybody is like, it's kind of like the heart of hedonism, right? And they're not interested in committing to anything. They're trying to climb the ladder of success. They're educating themselves.
That's an inference. Like, I live in a metropolitan center. Like, hedonism goes on, sure, but that doesn't say anything about like my willingness to commit to like an intimate, loving relationship. Like, that's what I'm striving for. I'm striving for romance. I'm striving for to find the
but
one.
I'm speaking like for this guy, and he's a drummer in a band. So guess where he's hanging out? You know, like he's playing in bars and doing concerts, and everybody's just there for a good time, right? He's in the center of this. Go ahead, Paul.
He doesn't want a woman he'd meet in a bar. Why can't I meet anyone? Stop being in the bar. I mean, what's her head? End of the sexual revolution. Louise Perry talks about this a lot. We had, and Phlebas mentioned it in the comment section here, we've lost community formation. In the Christian Reformed Church, in my day, I found a wife where my father found a wife, which was at Calvin College. It was known in the Christian Reformed Church for that.
You go to a Christian college,
Bridal college. Bridal college.
Bible college, right? You go on missions groups, you go to church. Your community helps find. A big part of this is maxing too, because I want to find the ultimate, which fair enough, you do. I understand that, but it's funny when I do these randos conversations and you talk to people who are going into YWAM and on mission trip. It's like probably not going to leave that situation single. Might, but same thing with the TLC right now. If you're a woman coming into this situation, you got a target rich environment. You got a lot of nerdy guys, but nerdy guys don't necessarily make bad husbands.
No.
I'd rather have I'd rather have my daughters date nerdy guys than really slick guys.
I did manage to go through YWAM single, but that's true. It's an exception, not a rule.
Sorry, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, I had a thought there a while back. Now I can't remember what it was, but it was really good. Anyway,
Matt, are you single or married?
I'm married.
Oh, okay. I'm just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, who are the single ones here? I think it's me, Teo, and maybe Tunji.
And Tunji.
I can't remember. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Why haven't we not got the whole chat just running out and finding us potential matches if we're a community?
No, thank you. I'm not. No,
okay, Teo. Look, it's even
Teo,
easier now.
I matchmade on the Discord, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
I did.
Andrew, you can take that up. I'm good, thank you.
Well,
did you hear me, Teo?
Again,
Teo, did you hear me, Teo?
I think.
I'm not. Yeah, I think partly why I was pushing the call for singleness is because that might be something that's attractive to me. I'm with you. I'm with you, Sherry, Matt, and Paul. Like, I'm baffled by the people that are complaining about the dating market while still playing the dating market game. It's like, if you want something different, go play a different game.
Yeah.
But I do feel empathy towards the people that I was thinking about this as well as you guys were speaking. Someone mentioned OnlyFans girl. So many of these OnlyFans girls that started when they're 19 are going to struggle to find husbands growing up. And not just them. I'm thinking of kids that have got their that have been chemically altered, their gender. We need to they still need to be presented a gospel. And some of them are not going to have the option of marriage or even procreation. And emphasizing the call to singleness could be a good evangelism tool, if I can call it that.
That's a great point. That's not so that they don't feel that they've self-condemned bodily, like that there is an opportunity in that, even in that. That's really nice. It's a really gracious way to think through that. Yeah. Very redeeming.
Teo, it's a high pitch. It's a bit much.
Yeah, it's back. Sorry.
At least let us see your face, Tayo. Come on.
Yeah. Like, what the heck is that noise anyway? I'm just.
Yeah, I think it's a car alarm or something that keeps going up every few seconds.
I feel like it's the egregore of marriage trying to like hide and come get me. It's sneaking in, is just waiting for the right time to jump on me. And Teo's brought in because he's been visiting this beautiful cathedral.
Now for something really important. Did you ever wonder why so much of the text that involves Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem is dealing with the animal Jesus rides? I mean, just as a percentage of that text. The text itself is usually pretty short, and I'm in Mark this year. But so much of that text is getting that colt that Jesus is going to ride. It's super interesting how that's so much of that text. That is, if you're a preacher, you pay attention to these things. I'm sorry, I just changed the subject, but
no, that's okay.
Are you writing your Palm Sunday sermon right now?
I am reading the text, and I have to sign off from you guys. I'm kind of doing the whole open studio thing now on YouTube,
But I'm just looking over this text, and you come around to this text every year, even if you're a Protestant, you're going to have to do Palm Sunday. And so you're going to deal with this text. And every year I deal with this text. It's like this whole business of finding the animal. It's so much of the text. So it's just funny.
Well, what's the right answer? So I don't have to read it. This is a shortcut.
Well, there's a miracle in there, of course, because Jesus is riding an unbroken animal. So it is a miracle. It is a miracle about nature. And I preached on that how many times? But the thing is with these texts, and you're a Protestant that you preach on all the time, it's always like, and people will be like, well, they don't remember what you preached on last year. And that's true. But I remember. And if I'm bored with my sermon, everyone else is going to be bored with my sermon. So it's Protestant problems.
Can you go back to posting your sermon notes prep, your dry runs? Because I enjoyed those. You haven't done those in a while.
I do my rough draft every week.
Oh,
Saturday.
That's the algorithm then.
The algorithm is suppressing me. I'm being suppressed for my Christianity. They're in a playlist every week. Rough draft for Sunday. I never stopped. And Heidelberg Catechism coming soon if I can tear myself away from you guys. So
beautiful.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to keep this going, guys, but my geese are basically at the door going, hello. I wish I could show you them. They're all standing there, and they're so loud.
I want to see them.
That's amazing. Yeah, can we actually see them?
I don't think so.
Can they march through your living room for us?
If I open the door,
I think that's the best and only example of my geese are at the door. It's like, well, I can't disagree with that because geese are nasty
you can see them
sometimes.
because of the light there. Unfortunately, they're not right at the door.
Hard to argue with geese.
They
you
know they're
don't
not
argue with the
supposed
geese.
to come on my deck, and so they kind of just stand there. And
So
they
they
can see
do.
me, right? They can see me, so
Yeah.
they're being loud and obnoxious.
They know not to dirty up your deck. That's smart.
Well, they just know that if they go on it, I'll scare them off.
Get shoot off.
Yeah, but they do it anyways. Like they're really very difficult to control. But anyway, yeah, this has been really great. More than it was something very unexpected for me. I just wanted to jump on and keep things going because it seemed like everyone was having such a great discussion.
Well, someone said that it's the longest live stream ever on this, apparently, and that was an hour and a half ago. So, I think we've done well.
Are you going to G? Oh, okay.
I was just,
so anyway, I'll just say, how about any last thoughts from anybody? Let's do that.
Thank you.
I would say that the other things that was going on in my mind when we were talking about the marriage crisis is that is related, is in the same pot with the family crisis, because every person has to have a taste of commitment to somebody who love him or her unconditionally and in a covenantal way in a family, like a parent or a brothers and sister, and you live with them even if they can be annoying or just boring and you don't like them, but you have a taste of what it is to be committed to someone, and it is a relationship also that is till death do us apart. Your father is your parents are your parents until they die, and you're supposed to take care of them until they die, even if they whatever they happen to them and whatever they end up it doesn't matter how they treat you at some point. You really still have that commitment. The same with your brothers and sisters, and in a large in a larger family kind of society structure, also with your cousin and your uncles, you are bound to do them, even if you don't like them, but you still have the sense that you have to do for them things sacrificially. So everybody has to have a taste of community and sharing life with somebody, even if you are unmarried. But as the family structure shrinks and corrodes itself, you lose that. You think that experience of unconditional love and sacrificial love and commitment to someone is just reserved to the wedding vows. But that's not the case. So
that's not the case.
So yeah, that's the
Well,
they went together, these two things.
Yes, Tunji, because I mean, like you said earlier, the description of the Christian life is a marriage, right? Like, we are invited to the wedding supper of the Lamb. Like, this language is always, in the air, right? The language of bride and bridegroom, and I think it's because it means dying. Like, it means martyrdom, which is what the Orthodox Church is cottoned on to, and that's why their wedding ceremonies are pointing that out, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what
Learn
we
to
do.
Anywhere you are, you have to learn to be self-sacrificial in the way you love, and that's all it is about.
That's
if you
right.
don't want to if you don't want to sacrifice nothing of yourself, you are not going to get married, but you are not going to really love your neighbor eventually. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not good for man to be alone, but we've so helpfully identified all the ways in which none of us are alone.
Yes, that's right.
That's really encouraging. The answer to that isn't marriage per se. It's not being alone.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're living that self-sacrificial life and you're loving your neighbor in that way, then this is what part of the body is, right? Being part of the body. And I never thought about it this way before, but we're always trying to get back to that body, right? Eve was separated out from Adam, and when they come together, they become one flesh, right? So there's this, and I don't want to frame this as a why marriage is so important or why marriage is good, but there is this essential need to get back to this oneness, right? That we were. And I think that as a single person, if you are loving your neighbor as you love yourself and you live in that self-sacrificial way, that you're still doing that. You're still participating in becoming one flesh because you're part of the body of Christ.
Oh, wow.
Right? Yeah.
That's rich.
I mean, I would say for my last comments, like, I've done a lot of the legwork. I've done all the self work. I've done the Christ work. If Christians and married couples are going to tell me, "Oh, you need a community. This community should go out there and find my wife in the next week, and then come back to me." And
you know what, Andre, go
resumes.
to a Christian community in India. They'll find you a wife just like that, man. And
unfortunately, I don't have money to go to India, but I have a lot of possessive.
Well, there must be a good South Asian community in Australia.
I don't want to get. I don't want South Asian. I want like the communities I'm in that say like
You're not ready. You're not ready.
Okay, so this is again like this is a superiority thing. It's like
I'm sorry.
you reach out, and it's like, no, you're not ready if you have to ask. It's like,
Do you really want us to pick you a wife?
yeah, go find me one. Like,
well, be careful. You know the old
Be
saying,
careful what you ask for, my friend.
Well, I've had like a dark and depressing life, and I'm completely committed to everything I do. Like,
well, remember what I read the other day, Andre?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a little light? Do you have a little light? Let it shine. Right?
Yeah, that's all I do. I'm too bright.
Just a little. Just needs a little.
Where are you at? Are you in Perth? You sound so isolated. You must be in Perth.
Melbourne, one of
Okay.
the best cities in the world.
Oh, then you're surrounded by people. There's gotta be some good churches in there.
Yeah, and sometimes that's what makes it so difficult, because I find, like, having lived in a rural environment most of my life, cities are places where you can remain anonymous. Like, it's crazy how anonymous you can be in a city, and you are never anonymous in the country. Like, we moved here and then the cars drove in, you know. Hi, I'm your neighbor. But really, they're like, who the hell are you?
Well, I used to
like you
live
gotta
in a
move to Perth.
community
Are you gonna
like
get me
that
any
as well.
trouble?
But now I live. I'm not even in the center city. I'm in the suburbs, so I've got the mix of both.
Oh,
of
that's
those
even
things.
worse. That's even worse.
Thanks. Like,
Well, I've only heard. I've never lived in the suburbs, but I've heard that they were like the worst ideas as far as getting to know your neighbor goes, right? So
perhaps, but no, I feel like if people are going to preach community, and that even like the parents can choose the wife of the like their child, and go above and
you got a
beyond.
lot of faith
Like,
in this community, Andre. Man,
well,
holy.
isn't that a good thing? Aren't we
Well,
supposed to
yeah,
have faith
but
in each other and the community we build? I've been part of this core community, like doing live stream after live stream after
Yeah.
live stream with my hope in it. I would trust that, like, the people who I've spent so much time with know me well enough and can make trustful, like, honest decisions by this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent my time here. So, of course, I trust the community and like have faith in them.
Well,
Oh boy. Oh boy.
there's Paul's evil laugh.
Maniacal laughter.
Paul's gonna have you meet Grim Grizz in a wig or something. Sorry.
I like it when the real humor comes out. It's great. It's great. We're not laughing at you, Andre. Don't.
I mean, if it was anyone else but Graham Greers, I would laugh, but I'll be sort of scared that could happen, and it would turn into one of his streams. It'll be like the Marriage Plexus Psycho Holdings Company, and he'd come out and like there's footage of him putting on the wig, and he's like practicing out his voices and going like he links it to AI, and he's like, so I've had AI write my personality, and it's like just this long-winded video. I'm like, I can see that happening, so I'm actually scared.
Well,
of
if anybody clips this and snips this and sends it to Grizz, you can be guaranteed something.
Grizz is just waiting to join the shadow matriarchy. He knows where the true power is.
Hilarious.
I'm gonna go, folks. I'm
Yeah.
getting ideas for my
Right.
sermon. Got to get some work done.
Good.
Thanks for joining.
Thanks for joining us, Paul. And thank you, everybody else. Thanks for watching. And yeah, we'll talk to you all soon. Bye, guys.
Thanks for coming.